Ringo TV reactions. Make sure you rate, comment, and subscribe. Let's get to work.
Yo, nigga about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga about that paper. Yo, nigga about that paper. Yo, nigga about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yeah. True man, I'm free. I wake up a new episode. I pop out clean and skip me up a level though. She talk to me like I'm not me. I get it though. Yeah. I'm so eclectic, got me to the credits roll. Talk down to me, they might have to send medical. I'm out the league, I'm OD, they pathetic though. Look how I move, I'm protected. Shawty so swoon in my presence. The world going through it outside, they unruly, but I keep it cool, they can't press me. I keep it pure with intention. They see what I'm on, ain't no vixen. I might slide through with that top down. I keep it tuned with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid. I don't see a thing about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga about that paper. 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 Hop on that jet, had to switch to the coast. One of a kind, I've been playing that role. They pay me to play me, I needed it for. It's real if I said I meant what I spoke. I'm legend, it's written, I shake up the city. Spin block till I'm dizzy, won't ever go broke. I'm chose, I must like do it a top down. I keep in tune with a high power. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Young nigga blessed. Big bag, manifest the sky, no stress. Keep no evil around me, can't ground me. I built it since when I had less. No hex on, God can't pause, nigga, look at how far we progress. Whatever we doing, we keeping it fluid. I don't see a thing about that paper.
Ringo TV.
Yo, nigga about that paper. Yo, nigga about that paper. Yo, nigga about that paper. Put it on me, I'm blessed. Big bag, but I fix the sky, no stress. Can't ground me, I know this since when I had less. Yeah, how far we progress. Lord, I don't see a threat.
Top of the morning, Ringo TV reactions, Ringo TV Raw. We are in the building. Streaming simultaneously on 2 platforms. You already don't know. We are on the Ringo TV Raw channel and the Ringo TV reactions channel. So, what exactly is going on? Well, I'm glad you asked that question. What I want to talk about this morning is a topic that needs to be, I guess, talked about in a way where it can actually stimulate thought. One thing that I know how to do effectively is communicate. A lot of people don't have that ability. And when it comes to communication, especially in business, when it comes to communication even in a home, in a family structure, it is very important for a man to understand that communication is key in everything that you do, because it is responsible for creating relationships. It is responsible for, I guess, securing deals. It can help you on your job. It can help you in school. It can even help you when communicating with strangers. Communication. It's a skill that you have to develop and cultivate, because sometimes you can communicate and it just don't go as planned. It comes off the wrong way. It'll offend this person while pleasing that person. It will make that one person like you and make 10 other people not like you. So when it comes to communicating, one have to know how to reach everyone. And that is something that needs to be dealt with today. In corporations and businesses, they pay people millions of dollars to hire people that know how to effectively communicate. You can have a company that have a lot of capital, have a lot of talent, but they don't have good communication. So it's very difficult for them to have business partnerships with people from other countries, manufacturer companies, because they don't know how to communicate. So they'll hire people that have these skills. And these people are like ambassadors for these companies. They come in, they represent the company. And when they speak on behalf of the company. Do you understand? And the bottom line is to create relationships. Relationships are more important in life than money. Just having the right people in your corner means everything. It's not even about having a bunch of money, just having the right people. Just knowing the right people and developing these relationships can mean life or death. So what I want to address in this particular show here this morning is a video that a brother had made, and the video needs a lot of correction. The reason why it needs a lot of correction because it's misrepresenting a lot of things. And I believe that the brother was too hasty in his approach. And although many might feel that he did a good job, I disagree. Because from a business standpoint, when you make a message, right, and you don't know the people in whom you speak of, it causes offenses. And especially when it deals with something like community building and so on and so forth, the bottom line goal is to create relationships. It is to build with men in order to create those relationships. Because in order to build a community, we have to have a common interest. We have to have a common bond. We have to have an incentive of why. We have to have desire to do. And if we don't know each other personally, then ain't nothing gonna fly. See, I know as a grown man, being on social media doesn't mean I know you. Just because you're a content creator and I watch your video, that doesn't mean we broke bread. That doesn't mean I know you personally. I might meet you in person and not like you. You get what I'm saying? So when we're on social media, especially as men, and we're talking about building something, it is imperative to understand the nature of each man on how to properly approach, because each of us live a different life. Each of us have a different background, even the ladies. So you got to understand people in order to know what to say and what not to say. Because again, the goal is to reach people, to build relationships, not divide people, especially during the infant stages of a thing. It's the most critical time. You know, when a woman is pregnant, it's a very critical time because it's a precious time. The child is not born. She got to watch what she eat. She got to watch where she go. She got to watch what she pick up. She got to really be careful, because if not, it can have dire consequences. Same thing when it comes to building a community, especially in a climate like today, especially with all of the controversy surrounding P Diddy Diddy. You see, as a man, I understand that there's a time and there's a season and a place for everything. Sometimes we jump ahead of time because we want something done and it's not the right time. You get it? It's not the right moment. So we end up moving too quickly and it end up backfiring. With all the controversy surrounding Dowell I made this very clear in my videos that we got to learn from this. Now, to be quite frank, I wasn't going to make this particular live stream. I talked with Brother New Breed behind the scenes before I even addressed this situation. Because that's how you're supposed to do it, right? You're supposed to talk behind the scenes. And I did that. He can vouch for that. At the same time, the brother in question that I'm responding to, I sense that he don't understand proper protocols when it comes to social media, image, and various other elements when it comes to an initiative that brothers are trying to embark on. So what I will attempt to do is try to communicate. Now, I personally don't believe that the brother is listening. That's why I have to do the video. But what I want to do is reach the public, because it's the people that we're supposed to be reaching. The viewer. When it comes to community building, when it comes to land development, I understand personally that each and every one of you are living your own life. It sounds good when you hear about owning land. We could build a community. That sounds wonderful, right? But on the contrary, I understand that in order to reach people with such an initiative, there has to be incentives of why would they want to be interested in this? I mean, you might have your own house already. You might have a great career, great job, live in a nice community. Why would you want to go and get involved in some land development or some community? See, I understand that. I understand that other content creators may be in a position in life where they're content with where they are. They may have no interest or need or desire to be involved. I understand that. So when I look at the situation at hand, especially in the video that the brother made, it was almost like scolding brothers for not getting involved or not showing interest without properly introducing yourself personally to these brothers like a man to break bread. Again, I don't know any of these brothers on social media personally. All I know is from social media. That's it. Once we understand that as men and women, that is when we can move forward. For example, Rollo, he traveled and he met up with people who he see and pretty much interact with on social media. He did the work by traveling and meeting face to face, break bread, introduce himself. That's how it's supposed to be done. That way you can build relationships. That way you can see how each other move, get a feel for one another. And then from there, we can have the conversations that is needed in order to grow. But on social media, if I don't really know you, then you really can't say anything about me because we don't really know each other. All right? So now, what exactly is going on? A brother made a video in response to a clip that was on Rollo's channel. It was a live stream that he did where all the brothers were on there talking about the situation with Rufus and P Diddy Diddy. Now, keep in mind that particular live stream was about Rufus, P Diddy Diddy, and Eric Gonzalez. That was the topic. The topic was not about community. The topic was not about building land. The topic was not about none of those things. Now, during the stream, New Breed shared his message regarding land development and growth. He gave a good speech, good message, and so on and so forth. By the time he finished the speech, I guess the brothers kind of went right back to the topic. And the brother in question who made the video felt some type of way about it. Now, when I initially saw the live stream and I saw that section, I can admit that when I saw that section, I kind of felt some type of way, but I had to step back and I had to look at it from a logical perspective to understand the mind of each man that came on that panel. Number one, they did not come there to hear about land or development. So let's get that out the way. They didn't come there for that. Number two, the topic was about P Diddy Diddy, Rufus, Eric Gonzalez. That was the topic. So I could understand them going back into the topic. But then another brother responded to the situation that New Breed shared, which to me was the most valuable part of the entire live stream. We're going to get to that later on. The brother in question who made this video that I'm going to react to, he never played the audio of the other brother that responded after New Breed. Because what the other brother said, and I don't got his name, so my apologies to him, no disrespect. We'll get to that later on. He shared about how as men, we have to have real respect for one another. He shared on how we need to be about the Most High's business and really have that bond and trust and respect. And we can't be fake. So when you factor into all of that and you look at this thing from a logical point of view, in order for men to come together to build, you cannot, number one, feel any sort of pressure. And that is something that I saw in the brother's video, where it's almost as if though he's saying, because you're a content creator and you're on that platform or you're on a panel, that we're supposed to just drop what we're doing and head on over to some land and start building. And that's not practical. The reason why is because first you have to understand the men in whom you are speaking of. You have to consider, do these men have families? You have to consider where they live. You have to consider the issues that are going on in their personal life. And can they even invest any sort of time? These are things that you have to factor in. You just cannot be so quick to judge when you don't even know people, you know? So what I want to get into is the fact that as men, we shouldn't even be, I guess, focusing on content creators to be some sort of like, okay, you got to be down with me in order for me to build some sort of community. We can't be doing that. We have to build relationships. Do you understand that? Relationships. If you don't relate, you cannot do anything. Just because you're a content creator and you read a scripture does not mean that I'm like ready to jump on board and do this and do that. No, that's not how it works. And I believe I'm speaking for the majority of anybody that's viewing this live stream. People have to have an understanding of what's being done and their involvement. What are they getting? What are they getting in return that can seal the deal? Because number one, we're going to get into a lot of things in this broadcast. I'm going to break down a lot of stuff. And to all the brothers, pay attention, because this is a learning experience for you. What we're going to understand is how to have a business mind and how to understand that relationships are more important than your goals, because you can have a goal for something. For example, let's say you want to build community. For example, if New Breed comes online and he talks about building community, building community. That sounds wonderful. That sounds great. But I want you to understand something, and this goes for everybody that's viewing. You see these things here? If these things here ain't seeing nothing, nobody ain't doing nothing. That's just the way it goes. You could talk about building, but if the people don't see you building, they're not going to be interested. That's just the way life works. When people see boots on grounds and things are being done, that is when people naturally get involved. Nobody just react to nobody. If you go into the corporate world and just talk about what you want to do, nobody listening. They need to see you doing it. For example, if the brothers have land, right? And again, if the brothers are listening, pay attention, because the words that I'm giving you here, people would pay millions of dollars for. Do you understand me? If the people don't see you building anything, they're never going to get involved. Not at the level you want. You have to have a plan already, an initiative. Not just saying, I have land, not just saying we got this, not just saying we could build community. That's not going to fly. You have to develop something that they can see, that they can see on videos all the time. Because that's what's going to create the desire to make them say, wow, that's so cool. Man, you guys are really working. Now, although P Diddy Diddy is a false teacher, a manipulator, a deceiver, a very wicked man, and an adulterer, one thing I could say about P Diddy Diddy that is good. Now, keep in mind, although he's a bad apple, I can still point out the things that are good. One thing that P Diddy Diddy did that attracted a lot of brothers to his channel was the fact that he showed video of the men building. Do you understand? So when men naturally see videos of people building, they want to be a part of it. That just goes with the program. When you see men out there, boots on the ground, laying foundations of houses, it motivates, it stimulates thought. It'll make any man want to be a part of a community. And that's what attracts men towards Straightway. They don't go there because they heard him preach. If you study my videos, even I told you that when I used to talk about P Diddy Diddy, I made it mention to you that what attracted me to his channel was not his messages about the Bible. It was not about that. It was about community building. It was about the videos. It was about seeing the work getting done. That's it. So in order for the community, the viewer, because that is what we're supposed to be attracting, not content creators, the viewers, you have to have something that they can see. Now, if you have land, you got to build something. Do you have the plans? Do you know what you're going to do? It's not enough to say community this, community that. Again, understand people. You have to understand yourself, is what I should say, in order to understand people. If you're viewing my live show right now and you live in a house that you just paid for, you got a 6-bedroom house, 4 bathrooms, great career, and I come online telling you I got a community, I got acres of land, are you going to be interested? No. If you live in the city and you have a nice apartment, it's fully furnished, good job, traveling to and from work is very convenient for you, is that going to convince you to want to be a part of some community and build and all this other stuff? No. If you're just comfortable where you are and you go to work, come home, comfortable, no complaints, is that going to convince you, hey, I want to move to so-and-so and build up a community? Nope. It's not going to do it. So in order to actually reach people, to give them a desire, you're going to have to spark their interest. What is it that the viewer do that they can benefit from in a community? Perhaps you're someone who always wanted to have your own business. Perhaps you're someone who wanted to work with people that do X, Y, and Z. The first course of action, in my opinion, is business. If there is land, then what's the point of focusing on building a house? You need money. Let me put something on the screen for you before we get into this video, because this message needs to go out there, right? Check this out. Check this out. Okay. Luke chapter 14, verse 27 to 30. And whosoever doth not bear his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple. For which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it? Lest haply, after he had laid the foundation, and is not able to finish it, all that behold it begin to mock him. Are you waking up yet? So it goes on and says, saying, this is the man began to build and was not able to finish. That is something you don't want to do. You don't want that to happen to you. And that is something, when it comes to community and growth and building, that you don't want. You don't want to start something you can't finish. You don't want to start something if you haven't counted the costs. You have to count the costs. This is something that is important in any work. So when it comes to community growth, you have to have a plan. Okay, this is what we're going to do. And you stick to that one thing and you get it done. But in order to do that, you got to have relationships. You got to have people that you communicate with. And they all must come together to build. Right or wrong? And then once you build that and you're established, now you can focus on building something else. But you cannot build 20 things at one time. It's not going to work. It's going to be all messy and things are all over the place, chaotic. Do you really think somebody's going to be a part of that? No. Now, that's not to discourage. It's to give the understanding of where the viewer is thinking, what the viewer is thinking. Because you're listening to the live stream. You live your own apartment, your own house. What would make you want to get involved with an initiative of building a community? What would spark your interest? Because here's the thing, and I got to be quite frank. If I'm accustomed to live in a certain way, right? And there's a community that's going to be built up. If I'm not living the exact same way that I'm currently living now on the land, right? and I don't have the necessary luxuries of proper electricity, Wi-Fi, internet, clean water, an actual toilet. Do you get what I'm saying? If you don't have these things, if these things are not in place, and I'm talking about where you have professional contractors and experts that are involved in these initiatives, if those things are not in place, the average person is not wasting their time. These are facts. No one may not want to hear them, but these are facts. Because when people are accustomed to live in a certain way, they're comfortable. Now, in this video that the brother made, he was using fear-mongering, fear tactics. Oh, you know, the one world government taking the mark of the beast. What if you don't got no food? How would you be able to do this? You need to learn how to grow food. All this other bologna sandwiches. Come on now. You can't use fear to motivate people. It's going to only push them away. You may think you're doing the right thing, but you're not. Now, again, having land is a great thing. But where's the plan and the work being done for something that people can see? Again, if you want the public to join, donate, because sometimes you might have people that may not want to be a part of a community, but because they believe in your vision, they support you financially. You got people out here that got capital, people that got bank. You got people that might be watching my show that's a multimillionaire. They got money sitting right around. They don't even use it. But they end up hearing about something that's great, something that's being developed. And because they see men actually coming together, unified, communicating, real brotherhood, and they're building, these particular people who are in a position of wealth, resources, connections, relationships, may end up giving you a contact. Say, hey, we've been watching your videos, guys. Very motivational. We would like to invest and finance whatever it is you guys need. Like, we got $2 million we would like to put into this. Just like that. Why? Because they see you doing the work. You're not just saying, well, I got this, that's not going to move the movers and the shakers. I'm just letting you know. Business. In business, nobody moves with just saying words. They move when they see action. That's how it is in business. Nobody's going to help you. Nobody. So I want to make these things clear because, again, especially as content creators, right? I'm not here to pressure anybody. That's not what I'm here for. Because I understand that all of the gentlemen that was on the panel, I don't know them personally. I don't know their issues. I don't know their struggle. I don't know what they're going through. You can have somebody on that panel that's on the verge of being evicted from their house. I don't know that. So you don't want to make one feel as if though they're pressured to do anything. What you want to do is build relationships to get an understanding of who these men are. But see, it doesn't stop at knowing people on YouTube. Because for some reason, people believe that if we just, have content creators, because that's what the brother was saying in the video. Like, if we all just come together, we're just going to be able to build all of these communities. It's like, what are you talking about? Because it's almost as if though you're saying that I got all the money needed to do X, Y, and Z. You don't even know me. You don't even know what I got. You don't even know who I am. You get what I'm saying? And then the brother was going off about, we just making videos about P Diddy Diddy and we're just focused on drama and when we should be building. which is minimizing the work that I do. This is a business. I don't know about you folks out there, but when I'm on YouTube, it's a business. This is not me just wasting my time just talking on a microphone. This is a business. Social media is business. So the brother was speaking very negative of anyone talking about P Diddy Diddy as if though we're just focusing on gossip and drama when we should be building. And in my mind, I'm trying to figure out, well, go ahead and build. Let's see you go build. Go do it. Because see, it's easy to say these things, but where are your boots on the ground, in video, building? So the people can see you. Because they're not going to move if they don't see you doing anything. Because remember, as content creators, your job is to reach the viewers. The viewer. Not a content creator, the viewers. Because the viewers are the ones that support you. It's the viewers, the listeners. Every business thrives off of their viewership, their customers. So what exactly are you providing the customer? I got land. Okay, we could build a community. We need to do something. We need to get ourselves together. We need to own something. That sounds wonderful. Great. I love it, right? Okay. Build something. You start it. Let the people see it. I guarantee you, when they start seeing it, that's when they're going to want to support you. That's when they're going to say, hey, that's a great idea. Wow. Build a business. Well, I don't know. Because this is what the brother was saying. He was like, yeah, you know, like the content creators are not even interested in this. And it's like, first of all, did you give them anything to be interested in? Because the way I see it, me personally, if there is land, right? You got a bunch of acres of land, then in my opinion, what will interest content creators to be involved is to give them some sort of incentive. Not just saying, hey, I got this, you know, come join. It's not going to work. It's not going to work, guys. Business. First thing that I feel is that as men, in order to spark interest in other content creators to be a part of anything, how about just building a media company? Carving out some land on the acres and, okay, let's build a structure. Let's build a building where it's a multimedia company where each content creator have his own space. That will give that content creator the desire and interest. Like, wow, that sounds like a great idea. Imagine a structure built on the land, similar to a studio. You know, like how you had 50 Cent that he just finished opening up some studio thing where you see all these fancy buildings and all this stuff. Obviously, he got the money and the capital to do it. But my point is, if you want to get the attention of content creators, you got to do things that's going to spark interest. So imagine being able to travel from wherever you live to the location where the property is, and you have a studio there. I'm not talking about no little mediocre place. I'm talking about a very nice place that was built up. And it have different levels and different rooms. This is this guy's studio, that guy's studio, and we're joining together. And with the process of us having this, we're able to finance the things that we're doing through social media. You see that? Wonderful idea. Okay, let's get the paperwork together. Let's start getting the plans. Let's get the architect together. Let's start developing how we're going to put this together, how many stories of this particular facility. And it is what it is. It could be a simple 2-story facility, you know, a certain amount of square footage. And It'll be great. But once again, you have to have relationships. And you have to communicate. Because sometimes men would feel like, well, this person looked like they don't want to be involved. Well, you can't blame them. They're not entitled. You're not entitled to them to be involved. You got to give them a reason. Because it could be done, but it has to be done the right way. Communication. So I hope that the things that I'm saying here will spark something in people, especially content creators, because I'm not here to force anybody to be involved in anything. Because when you study the Bible, when the Messiah came, the disciples gravitated towards him. The Messiah never forced nobody to be a disciple. And I'm not saying that you're a disciple of mine or any other man. My point is, people naturally gravitate towards things when they see results. Do you understand? Results. That is what people need to see. So the men need to come together, build those relationships, and say, hey guys, let's do something that make money. That way you might live outside of the location of the land, but you can come to the land because we have a facility there where we're building. You can build a studio where you can rent out. You can build a studio where you can have various other people come over to do podcasts. See, you got to get the engines rolling in order to build. You got to think about business, making money. If we ain't focusing on making money, you're wasting my time. Nobody's going to be interested in anything if money is not being made. Where the money at? Again, what does the scripture say? For which of you intending to build a tower sitteth not down first, and counteth the costs? You got to count the costs, people, whether he have sufficient to finish it. Lest haply after he had laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, all that beholdeth it begin to mock him, saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish. That is what is happening right now. When you say you got something, when you say you have land or anything, that scripture turns on. People are looking, people are listening, people are watching. So now it's up to you to count the costs, right? See if you have sufficient to do X, Y, and Z, and then you go about doing it. But you never start something if you haven't counted the costs, or else you're going to build a foundation and then you're not going to be able to finish it, and the people are going to mock you. You don't ever want that to happen. Do you understand? So again, relationships is the most important thing when it comes to building community. Relationship. You must have funding. You must have businesses. These are things that you must have. You understand? Shout out to Rollo for the super chat. Appreciate that. He says, Ringo bringing the knowledge. Dude didn't do his research on what happened on the show. He didn't watch the show fully. Another thing, it take time. He doing something, being productive. Has he broke bread with people in person? People in person. Talk has to be action. Yeah. And again, Rollo is an example of someone who traveled. You see him on video. He met up with different people. I even seen Rollo in a picture with, I believe it's Tuwitaza, I believe it is. So he actually took the steps of applying action. Now, that is something that needs to be done. You got to communicate with people. You got to meet up, man to man, you know what I mean? Talk, chop it up. Because all of these things that I'm saying here is very possible. It happens every day. The people in the world build mega buildings and structures every single day. All it takes is men coming together, putting the plans together, and everyone have to be involved and have something that they're getting out of this. Don't ever think that men are going to put their time in and they don't get nothing. Do you understand me? So these things must be talked about in full. You understand? And it's not just about content creators, because a lot of times, let me say this. One of the most dangerous things you could do when it comes to building a community is relying on a subscriber count. Guys, I'm talking to all the brothers. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Don't ever look at a man and look at him and say, well, he got this amount of subscribers. He's perfect for this. And don't do that. Don't do that. Because subscriber count don't mean nothing. You can have somebody that have 20 subscribers and they can make a video and get the capital and the funding and everything they need because they ran into the right people. Has nothing to do with a subscriber. Half the people that are subscribed to my channel don't even watch my videos. I mean, think about this. I have 150 some odd thousand subscribers. There's only 200 people watching the video. So obviously you cannot rely on that. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to do that. What you want to do is give your viewer something that sparks interest in them. Something that will make them become motivated. Like, wow, I really like what those brothers are doing over there. Wow, them guys built a whole studio, fam. Yo, check out the inside. Wow, they got studio such and such. Yo, look, Ringo's name is on the door. New Breed's name is on that door. Wow, that content creator name is on that door. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Now, not only do we have our own separate studios where we could work and do our own content. Imagine a structure where you have different content creators inside of one facility. I'm in my own studio. The door is locked. While New Breed is on the other side of the building in his studio going live, talking about a topic or whatever the case is. And then we have one other large studio section where we do podcasts, where you have all of the brothers. And we have people that fly in. We have people that use our studio, generating money. Use your brain. Because of the influence that we have the ability to bring that kind of traffic in. Now, all of a sudden now, you got different content creators that are successful saying, hey, them guys are doing something really great over there. Here, could I use the studio, guys? I'll fly in, take a look at the place, come through. Before you know it, man, you have a steady, it's like the facility is booked. You got all sorts of people coming here to use the studio, to do their shows. You have to use your mind to develop these type of ideas. Now, of course, somebody's going to hear what I just said and say, hey, I'm going to go do it. Now, will it be as successful as with me on board? Nope. It won't be, because these are my thoughts, my ideas. So when you think about that, my ideas will be discussed with those people that are needed to put this into development. And I'll be very instrumental in that form of development. See, guys, they pay people to think. Companies, corporations, they have people just like me. You see like what I'm doing? You got people, they pay people for this. Thinkers. They pay them. And that's what make their companies better. Because these people come in there and they begin to bring out these ideas. And you have the board members sitting there and they're taking notes. They're like, wow, that's really, really good. He's right. He's right. This is what they do. So we're going to talk more later on. Let me get into the video. That's my introduction to kind of spark interest in your mind. We're going to break this video down, and I want you to hear for yourself what this brother had to say. Now, we're going to review the section with New Breed. We're going to review all the other brothers. But the video the guy made, to me, was disrespectful to the men on the panel. To me, it was done in bad taste. If anything, it divided the brothers. And I left a comment on the brother's page because I wanted him to know how I feel about it. And then his response to me was, again, disrespectful. So when I see stuff like that, personally, I cannot work with people like that. Because what it tells me is that they don't have the mindset of business. They don't have the mindset of understanding relationships. And first impression is normally the best impression, right? So if I don't know you personally and my first impression of you is disrespect, it tells me everything I need to know. That's just how life works, man. Even in business. Somebody can communicate in business and they'll be like, don't bring that guy around here no more. Don't bring him around here no more. Because he bring bad energy, you know? But I don't know that guy personally. I don't know how he is, but I know what I can see. And what I see, I didn't like. And I got to address this. So let's get to the video. Let's go to work, do what we got to do. And hopefully this will help you all out there, right? So let me get this video ready so we can do what we got to do, right? Let me see. Okay. Now I want to read the message first, right? Let's go to the message first and read that. Let me do this. Okay. So now this is the message that I left on his page, right? I want to read this for you. And again, if you're on the RINGOTV Raw channel, we are also on the RINGOTV Reactions channel. That's where you're able to see everything, right? Anytime you see a vertical live stream on the RINGOTV Raw, also know we're on the larger platform, the RINGOTV Reactions channel, right? Now, in my comment, I mentioned to him, I said, I don't support this video at all. Your approach was very disrespectful and poorly thought out. If anything, it only divided men. Now notice, discernment, divided men. You disrespected my work and basically called it drama. I can't rock with this. I can't rock with this level of disrespect towards content creators, because it was not only me that he was disrespecting, but also the other gentleman that was on the panel. He went on to say, this video, I mean, what I said, excuse me, this video didn't help the purpose of land development. It was only about throwing shade at men. You did a horrible job with this video. Now, what I gave him was a sharp rebuke. That's what that is. As a seasoned content creator, for him to even get that message from me is actually a blessing. Trust and believe that. For me to actually take my time to respond on his platform is a blessing. But he didn't receive it that way. Instead, he looked at it as if though, who am I to talk? Check out the comment. Check out his response. He says, I'm sorry you feel that way, bro. Because I do rock with you. With all due respect, I think you're misinterpreting the point of the video, and that could be my fault. But I wasn't saying talking about Dal isn't necessary or shouldn't be done. I've made videos on Dal myself. What I am saying is, in the moment where New Breed tried to bring out solutions, not only to the Dal fiasco, but the state of our people as a whole, it wasn't met with what I expected from the men of the Most High. Hopefully, the other brothers don't feel no type of way about what I had to say. But honestly, bro, it's really if it don't apply, let it fly scenario. So again, when I say throwing shade, there you go. Rollo was on the panel and also didn't say anything, but that brother intends to do the work, so it wasn't taken personally. The message is just a wake-up call to what I believe, again, what he believed, what I believe should be our number one priority as the men of truth. Now, keep in mind, this man don't know me. This man don't know none of the other brothers, but he's given what he believes is the number one priority of men in this truth. Again, when you speak this way, right, you have to understand that you don't even know these men. So it comes off very disrespectful. Now, check out his last comment. Edit. I also want to add something addressing the division part. I want it to be clear that I don't intend on uniting with everybody. We as believers know that Christ was said to come with a sword to divide. So I have no problem with drawing a line in the sand between brothers who really want to work and those who just want to talk. I'm young, but I'm still a man. And the same way you don't sugarcoat in your message, Ringo, I don't either. I seen something I didn't like and I spoke on it. I hope I was able to give you a bit more insight on the matter. Peace. Now, being that he said all of that, I could never work with a man like you. The reason why is because your actions. You said something very interesting in that comment. You said that you came here to divide those who just want to work and those who just talk. See, it goes back to what I talked about relationships. Number one, the brother don't know who I am. He don't know what I'm capable of. He don't know my expertise. He don't know exactly what I bring. I'm a very valuable asset to any sort of initiative. Very valuable. So when you think about it, being that he made a video in response to what Brother New Breed was putting out there, it's a bad look because it offends key players. It offends men in whom could be very instrumental in whatever's going on. Men of influence. Even New Breed himself acknowledged the brothers on the panel as great men. So for him, and I'm speaking of the brother that made that video, for him to say these things, it just speaks of arrogance. A man that don't care, a man that's just like, look, I'm just saying what I need to say. I didn't like what I seen. I'm just doing what I got to do. If it don't apply, let it fly. Not realizing the damage that actually is caused because remember, you, the viewer, are watching this scenario. And the last thing you want to do, especially in business, is have the viewers looking at men as if though, look at them, they can't even get along. Well, first of all, I got to make you understand something as a viewer. I don't know that guy. So this is not a situation or a case of these brothers can't even come together to develop a community. I don't know that guy that made that video. I never heard of him until he made videos about P Diddy Diddy. I don't know him. So I don't want that to make you look at the situation like, well, these brothers in the truth can't even get along. Look, we got to stop being religious, number one, by saying us brothers in the truth. If we don't know each other, right? You cannot hold somebody to a standard when you don't even know each other. That's like me working with people at the 9 to 5 and then people getting upset with me if I don't break bread with everybody. I don't know these people. I go to work, go home, do what I got to do. So how could I know everybody? You get what I'm saying? This is a random guy that made a couple of videos about P Diddy Diddy. And then he made this particular video that I found to be very disrespectful towards not only myself, but all the brothers. And it misrepresents the integrity of what New Breed is trying to bring forth. Do you understand? It's misrepresenting his initiative because what it does, it went out into the algorithm and people may look at it as, oh, he's a spokesperson for New Breed. And this is why in companies, they hire specific people to speak for their business or whatever the situation is, because sometimes you put the wrong people to do something, and I'm not saying New Breed put them up to make a video, because that's not the case. The point is, sometimes when other people take the road to go do something, it end up misrepresenting what you're doing. and it gives the viewer a bad taste, if that makes sense. So I want to make sure that I clarify that I don't know this particular guy. I don't know him, never met him, and I don't want to meet him. Why? Because it goes back to what I said: communication, relationships. When it comes to business, how you respond, how you react, it says a lot about the nature of who you are as a person. Do you understand me? And in business, it can cost people a lot of money. In business, if you're the type of person that is not clicking with everybody, they kick you out. That's just the way it is in business. In any company, if you're on the job and you're doing your own thing, waving flags, talking about, well, I'm religious rights and I want everybody to follow my God, and you're going crazy in the business place, number one, you can't do that. That go against company policy. Can't do that. You come to work to do a job. That's it. You don't come there to promote your religion. This is why in most workplaces they tell you, don't do that. Don't make it a hostile working environment. It's not them saying you cannot practice your religion. The point is, you got different people from all walks of life here. Let's have some respect for one another. Do you understand? So I understand the spirits of people, and I don't take those type of things lightly. So again, if you look at his last comment, I want you to pay very close attention to this. He said, I also want to add something addressing the division part. I want it to be clear that I don't intend on uniting with everyone. So he already drew the sand. He already drew the line in the sand. I don't intend. I don't got a problem with that. He said, I don't intend on uniting with everybody. We as believers know that Christ was said to come with a sword to divide. See, that's religion right there. This is a problem. And see, when it comes to business, we got to stop this number. We got to also stop this. We got to stop, like, every time we talk about business or land development, we quote in scriptures. Now, of course, I'm going to quote scriptures in this particular video because I have to, because he used scripture. But my point is, when we're focusing on business and land development, could we do something without always quoting the Bible? Because that's why P Diddy Diddy is in the situation he's in. Because everything is about religion. Could we just build something and focus on an initiative and stop making everything about, oh, well, you know, we're the Israelites and this and that? We got to stop all of that. That's what's holding everybody back. Because when people try to come together, the beliefs separate everybody. Well, you don't believe in the name of the Savior like me, so I don't want to work with you. Do you get where I'm coming from? It's just a mess, and I'm tired of that nonsense. I'm really tired of it. If we're going to really do something, we have to just do it and stop focusing on all this religious stuff. That's what's holding everybody back, right? So now he says, I don't intend with uniting with everybody. We as believers know that Christ was said to come with a sword to divide. So I have no problem with drawing a line in the sand between brothers who really want to work and those who just want to talk. Now, when he says that, he come across as extremely arrogant, as if though he's the mastermind behind the initiative. It's not in his place to say that. It's not. Especially when he don't have no relationships with key players. That's like talking to a general. You have to be out of your mind. Like, seriously, that's like you're in the military and you're speaking to the general, talking about you're drawing the line in the sand, and like what are you doing? This is why when it comes to any sort of initiative, there have to be accountability, there have to be proper protocol. All of these things got to be in place so that men understand how to move and operate. He don't understand that. And it's very, very sad. That's why I have to address these things. And again, I wasn't supposed to do this particular live stream. I didn't want to do the live stream, meaning I wanted to do it. But because me and brother New Breed talked behind the scenes, I wasn't going to do this live stream. But because the brother, in my opinion, needs to hear this message. And it's not just him, it's the general public that needs to hear this message. They need to hear my words. My words need to go through the algorithm. People need to hear this in order for them to understand not only what happened, what took place, but also to understand what can develop a community, what will hinder growth, and the importance of relationships and the importance of communication. Look, each and every one of you have to be respected for who you are as an individual, because I don't know you personally. So if I meet you in person, I got to know how to communicate with you. I can't look down on you because you may not have a bunch of money or you may not dress a certain way. We can't have that in the way of relationships, because you might have some sort of expertise that can be very useful in whatever it is that we're doing. You could be a person that's very good with drawing, very skilled. You can sketch things out. You could be useful in seeing the vision, seeing a structure that's built up, and you'd be like, yo, Ringo, man, yo, check this design out right here. I'd be like, yo, bro, man, brilliant work, man. Yo, look at this work he did. He drew the whole facility out. He's a professional artist. He could sketch a whole building facility like this. You can have another brother that's good with structural engineering. He just knows this stuff. This is his craft. And he have connections. These are type of things that are important. Relationships. And in order to have these relationships, you got to connect with people. I could connect with a brother. He might work at Lowe's or work at McDonald's or work at White Castles. And I'm communicating with this brother, but he has a cousin that have a contracting business. Hey, yo, bro, I can connect you with my cousin, fam. Your cousin, what do you do? Yo, he got his own contracting business. Yeah, with like 40 guys, bro. Really? Yeah. You know what I mean? These type of things happen through relationships. Relationships is key. So when I look at this brother's comment, what I saw was the potential of just damaging relationships. You know, it's like you're damaging relationships that are at the infant stages. And this is not practical. This is not good when it comes to building with people, because again, each one of you brothers, right, that are in the chat, all the ladies that are viewing the show, imagine we all met at one location. Imagine the type of talent that is amongst that crowd. Imagine the amount of people that are in the room. We don't know about your story. We don't know about your life. Some of you have brilliant ideas and talents and gifts and creativity that the world have not even seen yet, but you got it. So when communicating, I have to know how to reach everybody. No one left out. Because if I'm one-sided, it'll push this crowd away, it'll push that crowd away. That's not good. Yes, having land is great. Building houses is nice. It sounds wonderful, but you have to give the people the desire to want to be a part. And there must be a starting point. It just cannot be this sloppy, unorganized, it's just all over the place. No. It's not gonna work. We living in modern times, people. We're in 2024. The last thing a person want to do is live like in there in 1820. Do you understand me? So things have to be done in a modern time. Very important. So that being said, this 1 hour was my introduction. So again, pay attention to the stream because it's going to be very, very interesting and very educational. So let's roll the tape, do what we need to do. Let's go. Okay.
What's the deal? You already know what it is. Back with another video that I'm about to my young boys, baby girls, but not today. Man, how y'all doing? So I want to come out here real quick and not necessarily react to a video, but add some commentary to a video I seen a while ago. I was supposed to make this video, but you know, I got a little sidetracked. But I was watching a New Breed video a minute ago about the soft guy era thing, and it reminded, he had mentioned something that reminded me, I still got to make this video. And I do believe it's, very important, because despite, I ain't gonna say I'm new to the truth and everything, but I'm new, but I'm not. I ain't got no shame in admitting that I've been into the truth for probably about since COVID.
Now, let's stop right there. He been in the truth since COVID. It's not a long time. So right there lies the problem. One of the things that I don't like about social media is this thing called being in the truth. I cannot stand that. I cannot stand that phrase. I cannot stand when people say that, because when people say that, number one, they never read the Bible. Number two, they're not living according to the Bible, and they don't know how to communicate. Because if someone is in the truth, they would know the truth on how to live, how to communicate, how to understand when it comes to dealing with other men in business and everything else. They would understand what the truth says about that. Everyone loves to say they're in the truth. It's cliche. The tree is known by his or her fruit. Do you understand? Action speaks louder than words. I shouldn't have to say I'm in the truth. All you got to do is just look at my life, and you'll see the fruits of righteousness in how I communicate, what I do, and so on and so forth. So basically, he's a babe in Christ. Not saying that you can't be one, but my point is, if he is, and he's talking about men that have been putting in this work for years, it doesn't make any sense for him to actually come out in the public with a video like this. Because all it did, it minimizes the work that other men been laid down. And it's disrespectful. Because what it says is, hey, I'm here to tell you guys what to do. I'm here to set the record straight on what needs to be done, and y'all gonna listen to me. When you don't even have relationships with these men. See, all of those guys on the panel, it's not my place to come out with a video to, I guess, try to make them feel guilty for, I guess, not showing interest in community building. It's not my place to do that, because I don't know those guys. If they're interested, they'll just be interested. But it's not my place to try to make them feel guilty if they choose not to be involved. That would be selfish of me. That would be forceful. That's like getting with a woman and you're trying to force her to like you. You're trying to force her to be into you. She's supposed to naturally be into you. I shouldn't have to force a woman to like me. She should just gravitate towards me. Same thing with everything in life. You should gravitate towards it. Right? But it has to be a desire. You know? And again, New Breed gave his speech, great speech, wonderful speech. At the same time, the way I would look at it is, you planted the seed. You planted the seed in the algorithm, not the brothers. See, this is, again, not the brothers, the algorithm, so that the viewer can hear it. Because if you speak something and you're focusing on the men as if though it's their responsibility, that's when you mess up. That's when you mess up. Because again, you got to understand each of these brothers and where they are economically, family-wise, what's going on in their life. You got to break bread. Bread got to be broken in order to understand where people are. If I have a family, wife, kids, and I'm moving around doing different things, I got responsibilities. So men have to understand that. You got guys on those panels that got children that they got to interact with, wives They probably had a 9-to-5. Not everybody does YouTube full time. So different men, different women, they live different lifestyles. All of these things must be in consideration when dealing with land and community development. But you must give people the opportunity to reach out to you. You must give people the opportunity to gravitate towards what you're doing by you doing the work. You must do something they can see. Once they see, they will come. That's a law. That's an established principle. When you build something, people will see and they will gravitate to it. If they're meant to be a part of that, they will come to it. It's just the way life works. That being said, let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
Like literally recently. So compared to a lot of these guys who, you know, been in the Bible and all of that stuff for 10 plus years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, all of that. So
no, I have to stop it. Remember the last live stream I did where P Diddy Diddy said that he never read the Bible. You remember that? You remember that? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember. P Diddy Diddy said he never read the whole Bible. And he said he'd been a pastor for over 30 years. Just because somebody been, I guess, following the Most High for 10 years or whatever the case is, that doesn't mean you look at them as if though they're this expert, as if though they're doing everything perfectly. You just don't know them. So what the brother is doing right there is he's assuming when he don't know these men. Because if P Diddy Diddy said he never read the Bible, then think about that. Think about how many other men never read the Bible, don't even live by the Bible, but they talk about the Bible all day. Let's get back to the tapes.
You know, relatively new, but I still have the discernment and I still can see a clear problem in our community that's like, is really telling to what's really going on. So to stop being so vague, New Breed, I was basically watching him talk about the soft guy era. And he made a point where he was talking about how brothers of truth can sit up there and come together and link up to talk about drama, essentially. Like, let's not even act like it's not what it is. At the end of the day, it's drama. For those of you who don't know, Rollo had a panel on his channel. Flor D and Rollo had a panel on his channel where he had a bunch of guys of truth. And, you know, people who study the Bible who's supposed to be, you know, in this word and all of this type of stuff. And, you know, it was a moment in the show that I can't lie, I was very disappointed in, you know, just seeing. And, you know, it kind of painted a picture for me, you know, the type of, you know, world we really living in. Like, I've always been aware to the fact that, you know, 2/3 of our people, you know, is just gonna be out of there because obviously they're not taking heed to what's being said.
Now think about what he just did right there. He said 2/3 of our people. So he's basically disrespecting the gentleman that was on the panel by calling them 2/3 of our people. So that right there is a no-no. He also said that, I guess people had took time to come together to talk about drama. In other words, Rollo having a show where all the brothers was up there to talk about the situations regarding P Diddy Diddy and Rufus and Eric Gonzalez. He called that drama. That's not drama. See, that's disrespectful when you call that drama. You're disrespectful to the men. And that is what I see. And that destroys relationships. If anything, it'll push brothers away. And if anything, it'll divide brothers. It'll make brothers think that, oh, he's sneak dissing and he's doing this and he's doing that. And, you know, I don't want to be a part of that no more. That's what would happen. Because if you're saying that and then you smile in someone's face or you try to communicate with them, that's disrespectful to Rollo as well. What he said was disrespectful for Rollo because he put the show together. You know how difficult it is for a man to put a show together at that capacity with all of those different key players? That's very difficult to do. You understand? Very difficult. It ain't a lot of content creators that can have that number of people on a show at one time. But he called it drama, as if though it didn't matter. In other words, forget all of that stuff. Let's just focus on developing this. Okay, where's the money? Where's the money? Do you have the capital? Where are your plans? Where is the initiative? Where's the work? Where's the consistency? What exactly are you bringing to the table, sir? What are you doing? Sounds like just talk. And that's the problem. You're inspired, I get it. You may be motivated, I get it. But at the same time, disrespecting other men is not helpful. It's not going to make brothers join if you make comments such as, well, I'm drawing the line in the sand. You're destroying opportunities for other brothers to be a part of something. You understand? Because if they look at your video, they will be offended. I can guarantee you, some of the other brothers that, were on that panel, they may have come across this guy's video and may have felt some type of way about it, but didn't say nothing. Well, I'm going to say something because this is what I do. Now, I wasn't going to make the video, but the Most High instructed me to do this video because he know that I'm good at communicating. He know that I'm going to do the work. Let's go.
They think everything is sweet. They not in this word. They not diligent in this word. They not doing anything to essentially sustain themselves in any kind of way.
Notice what he's saying about the brothers. He's speaking of these brothers as if though he know them personally. And that's wrong. You don't know these guys. It's disrespectful. And that's what I seen.
I've already accepted that. So coming into this community, and being, a part of this community, the biblical, I guess, the Israelite community, I don't know, whatever y'all want to call it.
He said, whatever y'all want to call it. Come on now. Whatever y'all want to call it. Listen, when you talk about community and this and that, we don't know each other. We haven't even there's no community. There's no community. You're on social media talking to total strangers. That's what you're doing. But see, for some reason, when you talk about the Bible, or if people quote a scripture, we all think that we're just all together. We don't know each other. This is why relationships is very important. And again, the brother that spoke after New Breed gave his speech, the brother that spoke after that, he gave a message that we all must take heed to. That was the message that should have been listened to, because he's the one that responded after New Breed. So if anything, even though you may have felt some type of way, I find it very interesting that during your live show, you never even acknowledged that brother who spoke right after New Breed and said what needed to be said. Relationships, we need to really join together and be for real, not fake. He gave an awesome response, and you never addressed that in the video. What you did is later, after your show, you wrote into the comments and says, credit to one of the other brothers. He did say it's too late for that. The damage was already done. Let's get back to the tapes.
I really don't even too much care for all of the labels and the titles, but just for simplification reasons, the Israelite community, let's just call it that. So being in this community, I'm seeing, okay, it's a little bit of the same exact thing. Like, it's levels to everything. Excuse me. Even with some of y'all get inside the truth, and it's levels to, to your scriptural knowledge. Like, you got, the level of, you still kind of inside the Christianity bubble. You still into virgin births and all of that type of stuff, and the Messiah is not king, but Messiah is the Most High God, and all of that is that level, and then it's it goes on and on and on. So just like that, I'm noticing that it's still even levels inside see, they didn't know. A bunch of people just dropped out the chat. They ain't like that one, but it's a bunch of people that's still on this level in the Israelite community where we all have scriptural knowledge. We all know of the word. We all know what's to come, but yet nobody has the urgency to actually act on it. Nobody has the urgency to actually do anything about it.
So why don't you go do something about it? Why don't you go do it? You're saying nobody, and you're saying the Israelite community. So you're basically looking at content creators as if though they need to go do something. Well, why don't you go do it? Why don't you go out there, put boots on the ground, start building so that people can see you doing it? Because for some reason, you don't understand relationships. You don't understand the importance of reaching out to brothers behind the scenes and communicate and really get the show going. Again, with doing that video, you didn't reach out to none of those brothers. You just went straight to social media. You could have said, "Hey, let me find out this brother's Instagram. Let me shoot him a message. Hey, bro, I was watching the video and I noticed that as soon as New Breed finished, you didn't kind of respond. I just wanted to chop it up behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who you are or anything, but I just wanted to know, like, did you really feel in the brother's message?" Or whatever the case is. You could have did that. You understand? Again, for those that are joining the show, before I did this particular stream, we're talking about a couple of days ago, I contacted New Breed behind the scenes. He can vouch for that. And we had a long talk. You understand what I'm saying? A very, very long talk and a lot of things, communication about what's going on, about this situation here. And I wasn't going to do this particular show. I wasn't going to do this show. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to do the show because I wanted to give the brother opportunity to make it right. You know what I mean? Give him that opportunity to make it right. And I also left my comment on his page because I wanted him to acknowledge or at least humble himself to say, hey, okay, you got these key players reaching out. Let me find out what I did wrong. Let me humble myself and see and understand what I did. And based on what I'm seeing, and the brother figured, well, I don't care. So I got to do my video. And my video is designed to not only reach him, but also you, the viewer, and as well as all the other content creators in question, so that they don't feel no type of way from such video. If anything, I'm your voice right now, because I'm pretty sure if any of the other brothers see his video, they're going to take offense at that video. And they're going to wonder, who is he, who he represent, and who is he talking for? And this is why it's very important, because I don't want his words to stain or tarnish the integrity of what New Breed and Tawitazah is pretty much doing with the land. I don't want that to happen. You understand? So that's why I have to make this video, to make this very clear, that just because you see men speaking on a situation, their words, and we do this in business all the time. How many of you in business hear a disclaimer that the thoughts and the opinions of this particular podcast does not represent that company? They do that all the time in business. Why? Because a lot of times when you hear people speak, it come across as if though they're representing the company. For example, let's say, you work for UPS, right? You work for the UPS and you're in your UPS uniform in a truck doing YouTube videos, right? Bashing women, bashing men, depending on if you're a female UPS worker or male UPS worker, and you're in uniform. We can clearly see the uniform. You have the hat on, and you're bashing people on social media. If your company was able to find those videos, right, you're going to be reprimanded for that. Why? Because you're in company uniform. So while you're in company uniform, you're representing the company. You're misrepresenting the company's integrity, because the things you're saying regarding men and women is not the purpose for UPS. UPS have their own initiative. So if you're on social media in uniform and hat degrading other people, bashing other people, criticizing other people, depending on what your situation is, it will give that company a bad name. And if the media pick up on that, they're going to play your video and it's going to look bad in public. You know, it's going to look bad. So I don't want his words to interfere with what Brother New Breed is doing. Listen, what you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Brother New Breed is very passionate about what he believes. Very, very passionate. This is something that he really believes in. And maybe, you know, again, it's in an infant stage. This is why when we're looking at the whole situation with P Diddy Diddy, a lot of brothers were inspired by what was going on at Straightway in terms of building community, because that is what motivates a lot of men. A lot of men, believe it or not, that go to Straightway go there because they see things being built. That's what drew me to that brother's channel. It wasn't because he was preaching a sermon. I could care less about the sermons. That's not the focal point. And that's not disrespect towards the sermons. My point is, I was drawn to the construction, right? So a lot of brothers been motivated by that to go build communities. And keep in mind, Straightway is not the only community that is out there. There's many other people that build communities. You understand? And build houses. The problem is with Straightway's situation, they have it with a church, like religious. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I think that when you're dealing with building community, we need to just focus on building a community and not make it a religious thing. Because once you do that, that's when people feel like they could just say what they want, do what they want, and nobody's being held accountable. Again, in the business world, you're held accountable. You're held to high standards. You understand? You have a team of people that regulate situations. We're not talking about people bossing you around and stuff like that. But my point is, there has to be order. And I found his video to be out of order because it made it look like if all the men are lazy and they don't want to do nothing. Like we could just get up tomorrow morning and start building houses. That's not how it works. Stuff takes time. It takes planning. You know? And these are grown men. So being that he's a younger brother, there's certain things he just don't know right now. He don't have that understanding. Older brothers, they've been around, they've been through different things, you know better. And typically they know how to communicate, at least they should know how to communicate with men, right? So it's just something that I feel is very important in this time because again, I watched Rollo's show. It was a great show and I don't want nobody to feel as if though, especially New Breed, I don't want New Breed to feel as if though the brothers just didn't want to focus on the initiative. That we have to, that's why I have to make this video to properly communicate this message, because the topic of the show that Rollo did was not about land development. It was about, you know, the situation with Rufus. Remember, Rufus was on there to be interviewed. You know what I mean? He was there to be interviewed. That's what the show was about. So anything else is just extra, you know? Anything else. So I want to make that very clear, right? Shout out to Sean the Navigator in the building. Let me see who else we got. We got Rufus in the building. We got Rollo. Salute to Rollo for another super chat. He says, Ringo, seen and I saw, I broke bread with many people, with many folks on here, and aspire other content creators to link up. Since 2014, no one thought it was good until I showed it can be done. Like Ringo, I've been traveling a long time, and that's what I'm saying. Rollo actually is an example of boots on the ground, meeting people, meet and greet. You know, you see him in photos, so he's not just out there playing around. He's actually doing the work. That's work. Because he's just not just on social media hiding. You get what I'm saying? He's actually in front of people where you can see. He went bowling. He went out there, he saw the other brothers. He met other people behind the scenes. That's a very important thing because we need to do that in order to build relationships. It's one thing to talk to people on social media. It's another thing to actually meet people in person. You understand? It's another thing to meet people in person. Let me see. Let me see what we got. Okay, so let me get back to the video, see what we got here. Let's go.
You know, we just, I don't know, we treat it like we still 2/3. We still treat this shit like it's sweet, like everything is just quiet. We still treat everything like it's just sweet, like we just, like everything is just green out here. Even though we familiar with Jeremiah 29 and 5-7, where it says build houses, build your own houses, and you know, dwell within them, live inside of them, and plant your own gardens and eat your own food, and you know, that type of stuff.
Now, let me pause right there because, again, I want people out there to understand the Bible, right? He just said, you know, the Bible says this, Jeremiah, plant your own this, build your own houses. No. In my last stream that I did about P Diddy Diddy, right, I read these verses, and I did that strategically for a reason. These particular Bible verses have nothing to do with you today. Absolutely nothing to do with you. I know you may not like that. I know a lot of the brothers quote these verses. You can use them for motivation, but they're not for you today. They're not. Let's go read them, find out what's going on, because this is something that people need to really, really, really pay attention to, man. Because I see a lot of people that they read these verses. It sounds good. You know, it sounds real good to read, but at the end of the day, they're not for us today. Now, we're going to go through it to make sense of all of this, right? We did this yesterday, but I'm going to do it again. Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 1 through 11. Now, these are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem unto the residue of the elders, which were carried away captives, and to the priests and to the prophets and to all the people from Nebuchadnezzar, I'm done butchering the name. I'm not even gonna waste my time with that. Carried away, I think I was saying Nebuchadnezzar before. Carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babylon. After Jeconiah the king and the queen of Eknos, the princes of Judah and Jerusalem, and the carpenters. So they had carpenters with them, right? And the smiths. These are men that had trades. These are men that had skills. Do you understand? And carpenters and the smiths. And also shout out to everybody on the RINGOTV Raw channel. I see some people coming into the building. Have someone from Indonesia. Appreciate you stopping by. You know what I mean? It ain't too often that we have people from different countries coming in. So shout out to you coming in the building. So hey, they said it had carpenters, smiths were departed from Jerusalem. It says by the hand of Elasa, the son of Shaphan. I'm not going to go through all of these names, guys. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to act like I got the proper pronunciations for every single name, right? But it says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon. Build ye houses. So again, who is he talking to? Is he talking to you today in 2024? No. He's telling those folks who were carried away. Build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit thereof. You understand? Eat the fruit of them. Now, how are they going to build these houses? Because they got carpenters with them. They have smiths with them. So they have the manpower to actually build community, to build houses. Those verses were not for you today. They're not. Respectfully, they're not for us today. Now, you can build houses, you can do that, but let's not use these verses as the blueprint to say, well, the Most High is commanding us to go do this, because he didn't. He's talking to those folks. Build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit thereof. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may increase there and not diminish. There and not diminish. So he's still talking to those people. it's interesting when we say build ye houses, but we don't say what's in verse 6. It says to give your sons and your daughters into marriage so that we don't diminish. Nobody says these things, right? So now it goes on, it says, and seek the peace of the city with whither I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray unto the Lord for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. Let me see. It goes on and it says, for thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams which ye cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely unto you in my name. I have not sent them, saith the Lord. Right? This is why when you look at today's day, when you have all these men saying that they're prophets, a lot of these guys, none of these guys are really sent by the Most High. They're just businessmen who's making a dollar. It says, for thus saith the Lord, that fair, it says that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon. Now notice what he says. He says, after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you. So he's still talking to the people he told to build these houses. He's not talking to us, right? And perform my good work towards you, my good word towards you, in causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Right? So, when you understand the book of Jeremiah, when you understand this particular verse of scriptures, it's not telling us or giving us a command saying in today's day, hey guys, go build a community. No, it didn't say that, right? But that doesn't mean you can't build. You could use that as motivation, or you could use that for biblical references by saying, hey, we need to be like the people in the book of Jeremiah that says such and such and such, to build such and such and such. We should be like these folks and take the initiative to build. That is, you could do that, but don't ever use those verses by saying, hey, the Most High is commanding us to build this and do that, because he didn't tell us that. You know, he said he's going to visit those people after 70 years. Did the Most High visit any of us after 70 years? No, he's talking to those people in the book. Let's get back to the tapes.
So we know these things, but yet it's like nobody, for the most part, has the intention on actually doing any kind of action. We can do a lot of talking and we can do a lot of script. We can have all the scripture knowledge in the world. We can be Bible scholars. Like that'd be my thing. And then that's where I say it's levels to it. Because even brothers that's not even too much into the truth like that, right? Even brothers that's not even, not say they ain't in the truth, but they're not deep into the Bible. Like they don't have all of the Bible knowledge. These brothers is still tapping in and still trying to sit up there and do what they know is right. So what I just can't understand is how so many brothers of truth with all of this Bible knowledge still refuse or still are so hesitant and still so reluctant.
Do you see what he's doing there? It's basically he's saying is that the brothers that are on the panel are hesitant. You know, it's like they're not serious. They're not this. He's passing judgment on all these guys that he don't even know. You don't even know who may be working with New Breed behind the scenes. You know, you got brothers that communicate with New Breed behind the scenes regarding all of these things. But to pass this level of judgment directly in the public is a bad move because it insults the work. You know, it insults the brothers. And like I said, I'm the type of guy that got to address these things. I got to address them because sometimes when you have a brother who is full of zeal and he just want to go and speak his mind, that might be cool in his eyes, but the damage that is being done and the people he's offending can greatly affect the integrity of what is being done. That's why something needs to be said in order to regulate the situation, to set order. Let's go.
To actually do anything, to actually build, to actually get to the next level, to actually do something physically to get us to the next level. It's like We just love as a whole. We are the same as the 2/3. We are the same as the people that's inside of the strong delusion.
See, he's saying that all the brothers that are on the panel are full of delusion and like they're just not working towards anything. And that's, again, that's not cool. It's not cool to do that.
And at this point, it's looking like it would have been better for a lot of y'all to not have woken up to begin with.
Wow.
Because how do you sit up there and have all of this knowledge? How do you supposedly have all of this Bible knowledge, but yet you still so hesitant on building with those with a like mind?
You see that? He's saying you're so hesitant. So he's basically throwing shade at all the brothers on the panel. So he's basically scolding the men by saying, you're not this, you're not that. All that does is push brothers away. That's what that do. It pushes brothers away. It discourages men. Some brothers might just say, well, it is what it is. I'm going to still rock with the project and do X, Y, and Z. That's cool. But for the most part, the men that's on that panel that we don't really know, all that does, it pushes those guys away because it's a bad witness to other men. It's disrespectful to other men. Can't be doing stuff like this. It's not a good look.
Do you not understand? And the thing is, you doing all of this, and then it goes into the real and the fake. And I'm not trying to diss nobody on this panel before I go into the video.
That's exactly what you did. You dissed everybody on the panel. Just because you said, I'm not trying to diss anybody, you did. By you having to say, I'm not trying to diss anybody, you already dissed everybody. That's the problem.
But it really is it shows the
It shows. So you're dissing everyone.
real from the fake, because it's like, if you're really into the word and you really understanding it, then
okay, if you're really understanding it, why you ain't doing it? If you're really understanding it, why you're not doing it? Why you're not doing it? You should be doing it right now. You should be taking a flight, checking out the land, putting boots on the ground, get the construction trucks out there and start building, putting up fences. Start now. Don't play no game sugarcoating. Go out there and start working. Because if you're not going to do that, it's not making you look good. Let's get back to the tape.
You should understand, when brothers come together with a like mind and with the right intentions for the Most High, then the sky is the limit. We will be able to build, like we will literally be able, like I can't even fathom like what we will be able to put together if we had the right people or, coming together as a unit. So, and then that really goes into, I don't have that pulled up, but the Bible verse where it talk about being forever learning but never coming into real truth, because
that's you. You're ever learning but never able to come into the knowledge of the truth. That's the problem. The scripture that you're trying to bring up is the scripture that applies to you. That's what the Most High want you to understand. You're ever learning, but you're still unable to come to that knowledge of the truth that you claim you're in. Number one, we're dealing with different men of different walks of life. We have to show these men respect. Listen, if I have something that I'm working on and I bring that to the forefront to the brothers, and the brothers are not budging to the message, they're not showing interest, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just going to go do the work. And as the brothers begin to see me doing the work and they start seeing the results, it's going to make the brothers contact me. Yo, Ringo, man. Yo, I saw your video, you building the house. Yo, that's dope, bro. Like you need help? You see that? Why? Because they see me building the house. See, before they heard me talking. Remember Noah? You remember him building the ark? Y'all remember that, right? Remember the people were laughing? Because they didn't think it was possible. Until the floods came. Then they realized they're finished. So sometimes you just got to just build and stop waiting for everybody else to get on board. Just start building something. And then as you build, make sure you got the videos, make sure you have your phone to record. And then you publish those videos. That way the people are able to see what's going on. And then they'll get involved. That's just the way life works.
The real truth, the real nugget is us coming together and actually building and breaking the curses for real.
We cannot do that if we don't know each other. We have to break bread, meet one another, create relationships, and understand and respect one another. Nobody's building with nobody if we don't know each other. You got to have an understanding of who each other is and a certain level of respect. This goes a long way.
Actual curse breaker, where we're the lender and not the borrower, where other nations have to come to us to get something because we establish ourselves as.
Listen, we got to stop the nonsense of, the other nations are going to be coming to us to do this and that and this. If you read the Bible, if you actually understood the scriptures, that's not happening. That's not happening. So just cross that out. That's not happening. If you actually read the whole Bible, they're not coming to you for anything. The scripture says you're going to be going to them. You know why? Because you're not following the law, statutes, and commandments. You're not really doing what the Most High had called you to do. So you're going to be the tail. You're going to be the one who's going to be in debt, going to them. And that's the way it is right now. So they're not coming to us for anything because we're not even united. This is something that we have to understand, especially as melanated people. We're not united. We're divided, and we're always fighting amongst ourselves. Anytime it comes to building something, we're always fighting amongst ourselves. Why? Because we have no relationships. It starts with relationships. Nothing can develop without a relationship. We got to have that understanding. Then we can move forward.
Something legit is so many people, and I'm just, like I said, I'm way far past the 2/3 and the people who still think everything is a joke, who think life is a joke, who think we just here to permanently eat at grocery stores and serve our oppressors and all of that type of stuff. Those people are toast. Right now I'm talking to the Israelite community. Is because y'all are closer to truth, I guess we can say. Y'all are supposed to be closer to the truth. Y'all supposed to be like, this information that y'all getting right now should be easier to digest. The other people you talking about sitting up there having your own land, planting your own stuff and doing all that, they way past that. They still on the American dream. Them people gonna end up chipped up, mark of the beast for sure, because they think it's a game. They think.
Notice fear-mongering. They're going to be chipped up, mark of the beast. I mean, where is this guy going with this? All of this fear-mongering stuff, nobody's listening to that. You got people out here that are in decent situations. Everybody out here are not suffering and going through all this stuff that you're talking about. They're not. So when you're communicating with people, you got to be very careful with what you're saying, because you don't want to fear-monger people into joining some community. Because if you're going to talk about, they're going to be chipped up, they're going to be with the mark. Listen, I don't think y'all understand the severity of the problem. Let's say, for example, there was a situation where the mark of the beast came out. Do you really think you're going to be able to develop a community? No. Your community is going to be destroyed, because when that day come, you're not in rulership. You don't got no military. So the military is going to come into your community and kill you. That's what the Bible says. If you read it, it talks about how if you don't take that mark, you're going to be put to death. You're not going to make it. See, people need to read. If you don't read, you can't lead. So it ain't going to be like, those people are going to be taking the mark and I'm going to be over here in my community eating apples and oranges. No, you're going to be put to death if you don't take that mark. So all of that talk, erase all of that, because it don't make no sense. When the mark comes out, you're going to take the mark or you're going to die. That's what's going to happen. Let me see. Let me go to the scripture, fam. Let me go to the scripture. Let me see. See if we could get this. All right. Because I want to show you this for yourself, so that you understand what's going on. All right. Revelations 13, Let me see. Let me get all the surrounding verses with it. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay. Let me just take this whole thing here and read everything. And done. Okay. Okay. Da, da, da. All right. Add this. All right. I'm just going to read it from verse 10 to kind of find my way. All right. Revelations chapter 13, verse 10 to 18. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he hath power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the sword, the wound by a sword, and did live. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Do you see what's going to happen? You don't worship the image, you're going to be killed. Ain't going to be no farming and having some sort of community when the mark of the beast. I mean, I don't know where everybody at, but you need to read the book so that you don't be ashamed. That's what the Bible says, to rightly divide the word of truth. A workman that needeth not to be ashamed, you know? So it says, and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he causeth all, both small and great. Now think about this, guys. In verse 16, it says, it starts off the word and. And is a word that connects clauses and phrases together, which means he's still not done. So when he talks about how he caused as many that would not worship the image of the beast should be killed, and then he says, and, he's still talking. He's still communicating. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand and or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he have the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. For here is wisdom. Let him that hath an understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 score and six, which is 666. But now what I want you to get out of that, ladies and gentlemen, is this. And that no man might buy or sell, save he have the mark of the beast. So now think about this. If you're out there in your community and you think that it's going to be all peachy keen and everybody going to have a great old time while everybody's getting the mark of the beast, you can't buy or sell. So when it comes to the land, you won't be able to go to the lumber stores to buy anything. You won't be able to buy no supplies. You won't be able to get nothing for your community. You're going to pretty much either submit or die. So again, what the brother is saying is not biblical because you're not going to have a community that's going to be functioning during that day. It's not going to work. You're going to be put to death. It's going to be either you take the mark or die. It's just that simple. Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
That they think that they not gonna roll, that they not gonna shut them grocery stores down and have you sitting up there having to scan your arm to get inside. So, but I digress. They done. And really, I just want to go into this video to make a quick point, because it's like you gonna see something, and if you have the eyes to see, it's gonna be like that ain't right. So I'm gonna play this real quick. And then, you know, I'm gonna add some final thoughts. Where my camera is? Boom. All right, Rollo, we about to cover you up. You know what? No, that's Eric. My bad, Eric. We gonna cover you up a little bit. Actually, we probably just gonna cover bro up. I'm part of the panel now. Yeah. But look, P gang.
There's some closing sentiments because I'm coming across some time constraints, and I wanted to say some things and just put some information out there for all the fellas on the panel. I don't know if all of you all may be aware, but we also have a land initiative development community that we're working on. Now, speaking on Dow and Straightway's influence, a lot of brothers really looked up to the communal part of what Straightway was doing. And we've been disappointed by all of this. We seen how Brother Jamie was treated, Mr. Gonzalez, as well as Pastor Rufus. And, you know, we were discouraged for a while because we said, man, this is how communities is ran. You know, we new to this. We in infant stages of development. You know, all we got a couple wells dug. We got some generators on there. We got a couple trailers, a couple RVs. There is a livable structure there that
So at this point, for those who don't know what's going on, Newbert is basically telling why he got all of these brothers on here, all of these people with platforms and followers and all of this type of stuff. All these guys got a platform, they got congregations, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know what he mean by we have congregations and all of this other stuff. Like, this is just social media. I don't have a congregation. None of these brothers have congregations. You know, they're just on YouTube. He's making it seem like we have a bunch of people that are following us and we're leading a bunch of people. We're on social media. You know, I'm not leading anybody in terms of, oh, I'm leading 150,000 people to the promised land. I'm not doing that. You know, they choose and they pick who they want to watch and so forth. That's just the way it is.
They all on the YouTube doing their thing. You know, we got Mark the Messenger in the cut, and I'm not really familiar with the other people outside of Rollo, Mark.
You just said you're not familiar with the other people outside of Mark, Rollo, or whatever the case is. That's a problem, because if you're not familiar with them, then it's in bad taste to pretty much do a video where you're addressing different things like this, because it can come off the wrong way. It did. It came off the wrong way. You know, if I'm saying something about it, it came off the wrong way.
Eric, but you know, we got other people in the cut. So they on here, and while they all on here, all of this viewership, they was able to come together when it came to, all right, let's talk about Pastor Dow, boom, boom, boom. It was like the Justice League assembled. It was time to talk about Dow, and even Ringo was supposed to be on here. So when it was time to talk about Dow, the Justice League came out. The Avengers straight assembled. Everybody here.
You see what he's doing? He's saying that we're the Avengers, the Justice League, as if though we all know each other personally. No, we don't. They're coming together because the topic of discussion is Rufus is being interviewed. You have Mr. Gonzalez that's on there. And pretty much the show was pretty much about Rufus being interviewed. I mean, the title of it is right there. It says live show with servants of Yah, Pastor Elder Rufus. So it was initially to be an interview where Rollo was supposed to interview Brother Rufus about the situation and get his perspective on what happened. So if the brother never got to share his story, or if his story got lost in the shuffle due to the fact that I'm exposing P Diddy Diddy, not to diminish his situation, Rollo had a show where he was giving Brother Rufus the opportunity to share his thoughts on what happened. That way the public can get his side of what went down and more. And in the process of that happening, other brothers began to join on the show. I'm pretty sure, Rollo didn't anticipate that you were going to have a full house of all of these guys, but it happened. You know what I mean? Everybody started joining in, and, Mr. Gonzalez came on board. So it was like, wow, it was a full house, So the way the young brother is talking is as if though these guys just came here to talk about drama and gossip and not focusing on building land. You can't do stuff like that because, again, all of these guys have their own lives. I believe Mr. Gonzalez, I believe he says he's in the Middle East, I believe he said. So what do you expect him to do? Leave the Middle East from whatever situation he got going? You don't know what family he got over there, what children he got over there, what business, what job. You don't know what that man got going on. So you're expecting him to just leave where he is and just come on over to a land and start working? It don't work that way. You know what I mean? You don't know what's going on in Mark the Messenger's life. You don't have a clue what he's dealing with, So the point is, and the other gentleman, Brother Charatazar, my apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, sir, but your speech after Brother New Breed was very much needed. It was one of them speeches that we ignore. For the most part, that's the particular message people ignore. We want to hear everything else, but when it comes to us really coming together and joining, man, I tell you, bro, and I'm talking about real respect for one another, that's the message that goes unheard. People just avoid it because they really not serious. It's one thing to say we all need to come together and build, but if we don't respect one another, we can't build. If we don't see each other as men and as and I'm not talking about men like, hey, I'm better than you, and we can't come to the table like that. I keep telling you, everybody have their own expertise in what they do. Some of the guys may not even be in the community, but they can bring something that can help benefit the process. That's why I'm saying relationships are so important. Just knowing people is so important out here because they have connections, and that's wealth. It's not always about money. Just having the right relationships with the right people can make the difference. Imagine you run into a brother and, he know other guys that are construction guys and professional architects and carpenters and guys that can lay down a foundation, and these guys can set the plans up and really get the ball rolling. I mean, man, to know people like that, bro, to know people like that is priceless. Those are the kind of people that New Breed need on his team. Men like that, they're valuable resources. Now, if they don't want to be on the community grounds, then that's not a problem. But to have those relationships, that's more important than money. Trust me, to have a brother that come out there that is educated in, agriculture and, building structures and understanding the intricate details of what it takes to build and frame a house and do this, to have those kind of men that would come out to your site and really speak with you and say, okay, we can really get this thing going. This definitely some good land. You have people out there that are so well knowledgeable, they could look at the land and tell what kind of structures can go on this land, what kind of structures are appropriate for this land. Or, well, in order to build this type of building, we're going to really need to do some work for the foundation of this one. You don't want to really put it here. I would more or less put it over here. They just have this knowledge. That's not my field. That's their field. Having those relationships is the most important thing you can have in today's day. So we don't want to offend none of these men. We don't want to offend nobody because we don't know who they know. You don't know who Mark the Messenger know. He might have one of the largest platforms out of all these brothers, but we don't want him to feel like, okay, because you have a larger platform, you got to do this and you got to do that. We don't want that. You don't want that. What you want to have is relationships. You want to have those relationships with these brothers where they can be supportive if they feel need be, you know, or maybe you might shoot them a message privately, hey, bro, could you do this? Or whatever the case is. And, you know, give these brothers the opportunity to be inspired by the things that you do. Because, again, it takes doing the work that's going to make brothers see and want to get involved. Next minute, the brother take a trip. Hey, yo, I'm coming down to the land, guys. He hit up the brothers behind the scenes, and next minute he's on the land. Because why? Something was done that motivated him to take a flight. You see what I'm saying? So we want to make sure that relationships are established, because you never know who's who. You never know what's going on. You never know who knows who. Very important stuff, guys. So let's get back to the tape.
Everybody here to talk about Dow. So, and that happened relatively easy for the most part. I mean, I'd imagine this didn't take much effort to get on the flow. So it was time to talk about Dow. It was time to put some drama in the front. When it was time to basically, you know, when it was tea time, let's just call it for what it is. When it was tea time.
Do you see what he's calling it? Tea time. So basically he's minimizing the work that I do, because I pretty much put in the most work when it comes to the P Diddy Dow situation. So what the brother's essentially doing here is saying that my videos is nothing but gossip, bochinche, and tea time. That's disrespectful to me. I take offense at that. Because again, this is work that I'm doing. This is not tea time. This is work. So he's minimizing the amount of work that I'm doing. Not realizing that my work literally sparked these conversations. Not realizing that the videos that I've done motivated even this particular brother to actually make videos. And if you were to go to his channel, his highest viewed videos is about P Diddy Dow. So for him to even say these things is hypocritical, to say the least. And he kept the videos up. So my thing is this: if it's about tea time, if it's about gossip, if it's about drama, why the brother still have all of his P Diddy Dow videos up? Take them down, delete them. Delete all of those videos and be true to what you believe. Take them down. Delete all of them. And go start building on the land. And make nothing but videos of you building on the land. And let's see how many views you actually get. Let's see how much people you bring into the purpose. Every video you make from this day forward, don't let it be about no drama, as you would call it. Just focus on land development moving forward. Let's see you do that. You're not going to do that. And that's the problem. Let's go back to the tapes.
Everybody came out the cut. Let's go. So right at this point, New Breed is like, before he head out, he trying to put something actually real on the table. Because we can sit up there and talk about scriptures. We can talk about Dow forever. We can sit up there and talk about Dow forever. We can go over chapter and verse forever. We can always go into the Torah and talk about chapter and verse. You know, that's not no disrespect to the, you know, the Bible or nothing. I'm a Bible believer. I'm just calling it for what it is. We can literally do that for an eternity. We can sit up there and break down the Bible and learn more about the Bible for an eternity. We can always do that. You know, even when I be talking to people, you know, who so obsessed with these churches and all of that, we can sit up there and be in the church and feel good and learn about the Bible forever. It's that deep of a book. We can do that forever. But let's talk about something that we can really do. Let's talk about something real. And that's basically what New Bird is doing at this point. You letting them know that we got real tangible solutions on the flow. You know, y'all, everybody here got some type of church hurt. We got something on the flow that could change all of y'all lives, change our family lives, and the next generations to come.
Now, he's telling you what can change your family life, your generations to come, but did it change yours? And this is what I mean why when you speak too soon, did it change yours? Did you start something? Did you build something? What actually changed your life that you could show us that can really motivate us to say, wow, bro, I can't, hey, you know what I mean? Wow, I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know you was living like that. You got that video for me? I don't think you got that video. And that's the problem, is like you're telling people lies. Though that's a lie. What you just said is a lie, because you're telling me and you're telling the viewers that you got something, and he's referring to the initiative that New Breed have with the land, that it can change your lives and your family lives. That's a lie. Now, let me explain why that's a lie. Because he don't have no results. And I'm talking to this brother. He have no results. There's nothing there. So how could that convince the viewers that I need to get involved when you don't even have nothing to show? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. When you talk that talk about this can change your family's lives and generations to come, that sounds one day full. But if you ain't doing nothing and we ain't seeing nothing, you're just talking. Because the people that are viewing, they got something already. And what you're displaying is nothing. Do you understand the math? Imagine somebody living in their house and they're watching your video saying, I got land, I got this, it could change your families, this and that. But when they look at you, you don't got anything. But you're telling them what you got. You're not motivating nobody. When they could see you in what you say, oh, that's going to get everybody's attention. You'll have people taking flights to the land just to be a part of it. Why? They see the results. If they ain't seeing the results, they ain't moving. I already told you already. That's a law. That's an established principle.
I beat. So let's just see what happened.
Has a lady built a small home, and one thing that we've learned through all of this is that we wanted to learn from the mistakes of these fallible men who want to lead and be Judas goats. And what we decided to do is kind of separate church and state. Because what we've learned is with all these religious institutions, it seems that somebody's ego is going to get in the way. Somebody is going to try. I mean, we've been doing this for centuries now, not just decades. No, our people literally have been doing the same thing. And now we've came to the conclusion that it's time for Israelites to actually produce something.
Precisely. Anytime, brother sit up there and try to build something, the Israelite community try to build anything, it's always a church. It's always some type of church involved. It's always a pastor this, a pastor that with these rankings and all of this other type of stuff. Always there. We always got all the institutions or whatever we build has a church foundation, a church-like foundation. It's over with. What's insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
But he's saying insanity as if though the gentlemen that are on the panel are doing that. That's not true. The gentleman didn't come there. Now, look, you have to understand context. Rollo didn't make a show to talk about land. Now, if the brothers talk about it, then that's okay. But the topic was not about that. The topic was about the situation with Rufus, P Diddy Diddy, Mr. Gonzalez. That was the topic, right? So once you factor into that, you can't just look at these guys as if though they just want to play around and talk about nothing when they should be building. These guys didn't come there for that. So you can't fault them and say, you guys are out of pocket. New Breed gave a speech. Y'all was supposed to jump on board and start. You can't do that. That's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the men because you didn't give them an opportunity to, I guess, have an interest in this. You don't want to force nobody to be involved in something. You want brothers to get to know one another. This is why you have to take the time to listen. Now, the brother, what is it? Charatazar. I know I'm messing up his name, right? But I've seen him around in these YouTube streets. I've seen a couple of his videos here and there. You know how the algorithms send videos. So I was kind of surprised to see him on Rollo's panel. So I knew that the Most High was bringing the brothers together. to have that conversation. So the way I'm looking at it is, at least the brothers were able to come together. New Breed was able to share his thoughts. Seeds were planted, and it is what it is. Now, I will admit that when New Breed gave his speech, and after he gave his speech, right, there was a moment of pause, right? And then Gabar went back to the topic. And at that moment, in my mind, I felt like, you know, like, okay, like, did the message go out there? But then I had to rethink how I felt. And I had to realize, like, hold up. Yeah, it felt some type of way. Initially, I wanted to make a video to talk about that. And I then realized after letting it marinate that I can't look at Gabar and feel any type of way, because he didn't come there for that. He may not know everything he needs to know about a community initiative. He may have no desire to move anywhere. He may have a family. I don't know. He probably got a wife, kids. I don't know his situation. The kids are in school. You don't know his situation, right? So I cannot look at these men as if though, okay, they're not supporting, forget about them. You can't do that. You gotta respect one another. You have to respect each other. You had the opportunity to speak about the initiative. Cool. But see, the beautiful thing about the show is what, I'm gonna say Tazar, right? The beautiful thing is the ending when right after New Breed spoke, the other brother spoke as well. And what he said, we're gonna talk about that later on. He talked about us joining together in terms of relationship. This is about relationship and building relationship. If we're not doing that, it's not gonna work. And he's right. Because there's too many examples of us trying to do things together and it always failed because we're not respecting one another. We do it for all the wrong reasons. Some men do it for vain glory. Some men do it for power. Some men do it because they just want to get paid. They really have no love for one another in terms of, I want to see you successful. This is why the brother was saying, I want to see you prosper, New Breed. I want to see you prosper, brother Rufus. I want to see you Prophet Rollo. I want to see this one prosper. This is what he was saying. You have to want to see your brothers prosper. If you don't have that mindset, you're going to go into something with a selfish mindset of you just being about your own self. You get what I mean? This is why I was suggesting that when it comes to community and stuff like that, that we have to focus on business development. We have to focus on what each man does in terms of what is your occupation? What is your gift? What is your trade? What do you do as a man that can earn money? And how we can bridge these different trades, these different skills and talents together in a way where we can connect together, form some sort of business, something that can generate money. The bottom line is you got to have capital. You have to have something that's producing money. If not, what are you doing? We're grown men, right? Okay, so we have to focus on number one, relationships. Number two, ways to earn and increase. You understand? These things are very important. If we can't do these things, then we're going about things the wrong way. Just having a community built up, how is it going to be financed? Where are the investors? You know, this is where the viewer come into play. So as content creators that are involved in this initiative, it's very important to communicate with your viewers and show them results. Don't just talk about it. Show them. The most important thing you could do is show results. Hey guys, we're here at the land. We're building such and such and such, and I just want you guys to see exactly what we're doing here. Here is the such and such. All of the support, everything that comes in goes right to the thing. We just purchased this particular item on the land. We got this thing functioning right here. We want to keep y'all updated what's going on. These are the things that you have to do. Because when the public see that their support is actually going towards this agenda, what that does, it motivates them to see like, wow, man, he's really doing it, man. They really doing it. They working together. Look at the brothers, guys. You know, wow. This is why a separate channel, a separate YouTube channel is very important, because on that platform, it would display all the work that's being done. It would display different content that can give the viewer an inside look of the community. That motivates viewers. It makes them feel like they're a part of it. And when you do this consistently, it creates desire. It creates them wanting to belong. And they say, you know what? I could see myself living on that community. You know what? I want to support them. Those brothers are really doing the work. Look at all the videos they got. Now the viewers are seeing us brothers. So not only are they seeing New Breed, this one, but they seeing all of the guys on the land. Oh, here go a video, Ringo and New Breed in the same video. Oh, snap. Yo, that's a good look. What that does for the viewers, it motivates them. Wow, these guys are really about their business. Look at them, they coming together. That is what the people need to see. But they can't do that with disrespect. Can't do that. You know, let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
Let's go. And we seen what's happening with Dial and them. You know, they got a church, basically, a church community. That's all of these communities, even with the Israelite camps. They like church-like communities. But let's go.
Great. We talking about something great. Now, we have access to over 117 acres of land. That's a lot of land. And with all these great minds on this panel, all I can think of is, man, when are we gonna have our own something like a Chinatown? Where we gonna have all these great minds? Shouldn't be one man eating off the people. We should all be producing, generating revenue on said land. When we gonna bring Black Wall Street back? If we're the Israelites the Bible speak of, which we are.
And again, if we the Israelites and we the chosen people, right? We the chosen people that have absolutely nothing. And the thing is, we're gonna continue to have absolutely nothing.
Do you see his mindset? This is what I'm saying. When you have that type of mindset like that, you cannot grow, because you have one that their words are not helping with the growth. When men are joining together to do anything, you got to speak life. You can't be speaking death. Death and life is in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. If you're speaking any sort of negativity over such a project, it's not helping us. It brings a bad spirit, a bad vibe. And you bring in curses. Those are curses that are being released. It invites demons. It invites other entities involved to hold us back, to cause confusion, infighting, and so forth, and division. That's what that type of language actually does when it comes to this. Let's go. Until
We decide to do something. Because I think he mentions it here in this talk, in this, you know, slew of sediments, but the celebrities is not gonna come do anything for us. We know that, right? All the rappers, even your Kendrick Lamars, all of these guys, I don't care, name it. Any of these guys who y'all think is for the people or whatever, none of these guys is gonna do anything for us. These guys accumulated billions and billions, if not trillions.
The topic should not even be about these other people he's speaking on, because that's irrelevant to the subject. Because why would anybody be waiting around for a rapper to come save them? Like, it's irrelevant to the topic. The topic should be focusing on the men on the panel as well as the viewers, because it's really about the viewers. If New Breed is sharing commentary about land development and so forth, and I'm going to keep pointing this out, it cannot be something that we keep talking to one another as content creators. That's typically what you should be doing behind the scenes. You get what I'm saying? That's what we should be doing behind the scenes, not in the public. You know what I mean? That's why I didn't want to do this video, but I have to. It's very important. But these kind of conversations is something that we're supposed to be doing behind the scenes at the round table. That's what we're supposed to be doing. If we're in public addressing things about land development, it's towards the listener, the viewer, to get them involved so that they can support the work or offer their skills, their time, and so on and so forth. That's how things should be done. Let's get back to the tapes.
Pretty sure we're at trillions because there's a few billionaires in the rap industry. These guys accumulated trillions of dollars at this point. Over the course of rap history, they accumulated trillions of dollars. And not one single land, not one single community has been forged off of that money. The NFL players, the basketball players, your LeBron Jameses, all of these guys. Excuse me. All of these guys accumulated all of this money. Literally, all of these guys have accumulated trillions of dollars over the course of all of these industries. Yet, there's not one single land, we don't have no black city or nothing like that. We don't have anything still to this day. But it's infinite raps coming out, it's infinite balls going in hoops, and it's infinite touchdowns being made. No, none of these guys is coming to save us.
First of all, why are you looking for athletes to come save you if you're supposed to be focusing on the Messiah? Your mind is supposed to be focused on the Most High. That's who you're supposed to be led by, not athletes coming to save you. Why do you need other people to come save you? You see? Let me see. Somebody had asked a question. Who owns the 117 acres? Is it sold amongst the people? For example, can someone just choose to buy 2 or 3 acres? That's a question you have to ask New Breed. You have to reach out to New Breed or to Witzazah and ask those guys about those particular questions. I cannot answer that. My point is just to share the information that is needed to pretty much stimulate thought. Because, again, it sounds as simple as, oh, we got land, X, Y, and Z, but the people are going to have questions. See how you have a question in regards to land because you might just need 2 to 3 acres and you're good. You're like, look, that's all I need. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things that is very important. And as a viewer, for you to have that question, think about how many other people have similar questions. This is why I'm saying that when it comes to stuff like this, it is up to not only New Breed and any of the brothers that are involved. You have to reach the people. You have to reach the people with messages that spark interest in them. Give them an opportunity. There have to be some sort of incentive. They got to be something that they get. You got to make them want what you have to offer. You got to show them the possibilities of what could be done. Because they're not going to transition from the life they are at right now to a community lifestyle or whatever the case is if it's not going to be beneficial to them, if it's not going to have the luxuries they're accustomed to. You get what I'm saying? Like, for example, if I'm in a studio and I have my monitors around, I'm doing this work and I'm live right now, right? I'm not going to go live in a tent. Like, I'm not going to do that. You got to understand, I'm not doing that. I'm not living in no tent. I need to live in a house, a place that I can work and do my business and so on and so forth. So when it comes to land, we have to really start to think like professionals and understand that in order for people to be really, really interested, they got to see construction crews. They got to see the cement trucks. They got to see men laying foundations. If we ain't seeing none of that type of stuff, then ain't nobody saying nothing. The reason why P Diddy Diddy was successful in bringing people to his community, even though it's a cult, respectfully, is because people see the construction happening. You cannot deny that, right? I can have all of the criticism for P Diddy Diddy, but at the same time, the construction is what drew people in. That's what's really going on here. The construction is what bring men to the vision, what they see. And that's the main thing that we have to understand. If people are not seeing anything, they're not going to join. They're not going to want to be a part of anything. They got to see things being done. And it has to benefit them, and it has to benefit them in a way where it's a greater way of living than where they are right now. If like I said, if you live in a nice place and you're comfortable right now, and you, how can I say, you're at peace, and you hear about land development and so on and so forth. If it's not going to be greater than where you are right now, it makes no sense you go. You see what I'm saying? It has to be something greater that's going to motivate you to say, wow, I need to be over there, man. They doing way better than what I'm doing right now. But if you're doing better, you're not going to want to do anything in terms of moving to the community. But that doesn't mean that you can't offer your assistance. You get what I'm saying? You could be somebody that have your own thing going for yourself, but because you're interested in seeing this grow, you can offer support. So there's different types of people that could be useful or be instrumental in the development of this community in many different ways. You could be someone who live outside of the community and have a business that's in that community. That's right. You can have a business that is set up. And now you have people that work and they're at that particular place of business. And you're not even on the community. You don't live there, but you have a business. So there's a lot of things that can be done. You just have to get in where you fit in. But all of that takes time. It's not something that you pressure people with. It's not something that you rush people with. It's not something you get mad if nobody ain't showing signs of interest. You can't do all of that. You got to let things flow. Let things flow. But in the process, you are supposed to be working and building and showing what you're doing. Right? Let's get back to the tape.
It's just not going to happen. None of these. Oh, we had a black president. Full black Negro president in the office. None of these guys is going to save us. At the end of the day, are y'all content with being in this being on this, what they call it, a hamster wheel? Are y'all content with living in this hamster wheel for the rest of eternity? Not owning nothing, not ever having nothing. You can have, and the thing is, you can have your business. You can have your business, have your little business. And yeah, I'm gonna call it a little business because that's still small thinking.
He called it little business, small thinking. Again, people are going to ask you, where's yours? Where's your business? Where's your things? You're calling people's situations small. It doesn't make any sense. And to the person who made a comment and retracted your comment, I didn't even see your comment. I know I seen something saying new breed this or something, and you immediately deleted your comment. I don't like when people do that. I don't like when people delete comments. Unless it was warranted, meaning like you made a typo and whatever the case is. But when people post comments and they share something and then they delete it, it's like, it really is irritating because like I was waiting for a moment where I can have a break and actually read your comment and then you delete it. So now if you were to retype your comment, I'm not going to read it. Let's get back to the tape.
You can have your, whatever product it is that you create inside your crib and sell. More power to you. You know, you getting your own money. That's fine. However, it's still small. You still don't own that house you staying in. You still have to go to that grocery store to eat. They shut down the grocery store, you're gonna starve. If they shut down all the grocery stores, this is what y'all gotta think about.
See, again, he's using fear-mongering. That's not motivating nobody. Telling people they're going to starve and what if they shut down the stores? What are you currently doing right now? What are you doing? Where's your garden? Where's your land? Where's your flock? Where are your chickens? Where's yours? You're telling everybody else what they need to do, but you don't have it. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to do in this live stream is make you see what people see when they listen to you. When people see you say and hear you say these things, the viewer is looking at you like you're crazy because you're saying these things and you don't even have anything. So why should they listen to you? Why should they support something when you don't display nothing? You're telling them they're going to starve. Okay, what are you doing right now so that you don't starve? Nothing. So why would they be motivated? And this is what I'm saying, that by this brother doing this video, it's interfering with the growth of what New Breed is trying to put out there. It's bringing negative press, if that makes sense. It sounded good to a lot of you folks that were over there in the comments, but at the end of the day, I'm breaking it down, showing you the severity of the problem. It's not helping the initiative. It's actually doing more damage, and it's dividing the brothers when we should be uniting the brothers. We should be uniting the brothers and igniting interest in the brothers to want to be motivated. Even if you're not a part of the community, even if you're not, whatever the case is, but at least to consider offering some sense of expertise. Maybe you may recommend somebody. You get what I'm saying? Or just to come to see the land, just so you could get a feel for this, so that the people, the audience can see like, oh, content creator so-and-so is out there. Something as simple as that. It motivates the people just to see like, wow, the brothers are breaking bread. That's a good look. Just something like that is wonderful when it comes to stuff like this.
This is how y'all got to think. If they shut down all the grocery stores and shut down all the fast food, if you don't got no food in your fridge, even if you do, once that's gone, nigga, you're gonna starve. You're gonna starve to death. Otherwise, you're gonna go out there and loot or have to steal something.
Do you see the mindset that he's bringing? That's not the mindset of community development. That's the mind of a savage. That's that mindset. And think about what those brothers must be thinking if they came across his video. I believe Rufus said he came across the video, gave him a pass, and he said he's gonna work with I guess Breed behind the scenes regarding stuff like that. He said he helped with other communities and developing stuff like that. So that's a good look, and I'm pretty sure that Rufus is knowledgeable about a lot of things that a lot of the guys probably just don't know. You know what I'm saying? And you can end up learning from him. These are the things that money cannot buy. This is why you're supposed to respect one another, because when a man have knowledge, especially on building houses, community growth, and all this other stuff, I mean, man, you know how much money people pay to have those kind of people around? Think about that. That's a valuable asset. Very, very valuable asset. And to think about what he had to endure with Straightway kicking him out, it could have been a lot of things behind. There could be things about the story between Rufus and Dow that we just would never know, because based on the personality of Rufus that I'm learning as I go, is that he more or less just like to keep certain things, to himself, and, not get involved in this and that and that. And, I could probably criticize that, but at the same time, you got to understand a person's personality in order for you to understand who they are. Certain people are not, I guess, like how I am. And you have to understand that. If not, you'll end up judging everybody as if though they're supposed to be like you, think like you, do like you do. That's wrong. Can't do that. Some people are confrontational. Some people are more laid back. Some people, would give you a chance. And some people would just flat out let you have it. You know what I mean? So there's different personalities, different kind of people. So when you look at the years that he invested at Straightway, there's a lot of things he know, a lot of knowledge that he have that I think, in my opinion, that P Diddy Diddy is actually not really happy with, that he actually had to let him go, because he know that he was a valuable asset. You can't tell me a man invested 14 years and he's not a valuable asset to Straightway. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me he don't know nothing. So when he was calling him lazy and this and that, I think that's cap. I think that was him trying to tarnish his name and reputation so nobody would work with him or take him serious. I think that's what that was, because you're not going to have a man around 14 plus years and come on camera and say, oh, he's lazy. So for 14 years, he been lazy and you ordained him as a pastor. Make that make sense.
Realistically, especially if you got kids. You got kids, they shut down on grocery stores and fast food, you can't eat.
Do you see the fear? If you got kids, they shut down the grocery stores. That's not something we should be thinking about right now. We shouldn't be sitting around thinking about grocery stores being shut down and us starving and our kids starving. You know what I mean? And the last thing a person is going to want to do is invest in community building when you have somebody that's misrepresenting the initiative like this. Because it's like, hey, I'm already going through what I'm going through now. I don't even have much now. Think about the amount of viewers out there that might be in a situation where they don't really have much, but they're comfortable, right? They would like to do more. They would love to have a house on a community, and they would love that. But do we know where they at in life? There are viewers that are watching me right now that can't pay their rent. There are viewers that are listening that could hardly live the way they want to live. I understand that. So how do I reach them? How do I inspire them? You know, I got to understand where other people are. So I can't talk that negative, oh, your children are going to starve, because there are people that got families that are watching me right now. So if anything, that'll discourage them. They're like, man, I ain't moving to no community. I got my kids. So if I go over there and this don't work out, then what? You get what I'm saying? So you want to make things presentable to people that motivate them, that inspires them, that give them confidence towards what you're doing, not fill them with fear. Oh, you know, the store's shut down, you're going to all starve and die. Come on, man. I don't know if he have kids. He don't sound like he have kids. I personally don't believe the brother have kids, because he don't sound like a man that has kids. Because, and that's a good question. Lively says, do he have kids? If not, I can't see the other word because the text is hidden behind that heart thing on YouTube. I'm not sure if you said he just making pointless points. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because any man that have children, any woman that have children, you understand that when you have a family, man, they come first. You know, you're not going to put anything above your family. You got to make sure that they good first. So that's very important when speaking on this particular issue. You know, it's like when you have a family. See, this is another thing when it comes to the whole community thing. Again, this is very, very important to New Breed. I think this is one of the most important things to New Breed. One of the most important things that probably he's even thinking about in today's day, because he know it could be done, but at the same time, it's at its infant stages, you know? And again, communication is key. Everyone can learn how to communicate in a better way, you know what I mean, to get their points across. Because again, it's about reaching the people. You have families out there that want better in life. You have families out there that are struggling. We have to make things and simplify it for them to understand and comprehend what is at hand. But they need to see something. And again, I can criticize P Diddy Diddy all day, but one thing I can say to his credit is that he showed the work. You know, the people at Straightway could talk all the talk they want to talk about me, but I give credit where credit is due. The work has to be shown. If you're not showing the work, if the people are not seeing you building, they're not going to be interested. When they see foundations being laid, they see the construction trucks, oh, they coming. They coming. They are coming. They lining up. They taking flights. Bro, I'm coming down there, fam. Yo, bro. Yo, New Breed. Yo, I'm coming down there right now, fam. This weekend, I'm taking off, man. My vacation, I was planning on go to Mexico. Fam, I'm not going to Mexico, man. I'm coming down there by y'all, man, to help. Boots on the ground. They ready. They motivated. They motivated because they see things popping, fam. You know, we can hang out. We could chill. You know what I mean? Play some music. We building a community. We building up the structures. Come on, man. That's the ultimate hangout. What brother, what young man, what brother, what elder brother is not motivated by that? That's manly work. You know, and the ladies are going to respect you brothers even more because they're going to see you brothers out there working. They're like, wow, these guys are really doing it. They're not just talking a bunch of nonsense. They doing it, you know? Let me see what we got. Rufus says, this is a lot of love you're showing this young man. Hallelujah. And see, that's the thing that I'm trying to do. Like I said, the brother showed a lot of disrespect. I know I said some things in this live stream, but at the same time, there's always room for growth. You know what I mean? Like I can say in the live stream, oh, I won't work with you. I won't do this. I won't do that. That's just because I'm pissed. But at the same time, the Most High have humbled me enough to, I guess, listen to other people and make changes that benefits the whole, because it's not about me. It's about the group. It's about the whole. It's about the community. It's about everybody involved. The minute you start focusing on only you, that is when things go downhill, because you're not thinking of the long-term success of a thing. You get what I'm saying? You have to think of long-term success. So if I make it about me, then that prevents growth. But it's up to that brother to also humble himself too, because it cannot be a one-way street. It can't be a situation where you humble yourself as a man and then the other brother is defiant in his stand, like, F you, I'm not doing this. Who do you think you are? Ray. Then you know what? You stay there. Because there's only but so much I will tolerate. You know what I mean? I'm still a man at the end of the day. And I'm the type of brother that once I cut you off, you cut off forever. I don't play that. Once I sense a person is out of pocket, their spirit is bad, you're off and I won't deal with you no more. You know what I mean? But if other brothers are in communication with said party and they kind of chop things up behind the scenes and things been ironed out and they're like, yo, everything is good, you know what I mean? Then okay, then everything is good. Because I got your word. You know what I mean? It's just like you go back into the archives of Respect Life. It's a webisode series that's on YouTube. You know what I mean? Shout out to the late Boom P. You know what I mean? He was the executive producer of that show. You know what I mean? In that particular show, I can recall there was an episode where one of the brothers from the projects, I guess somebody had lined up one of the young brothers and robbed the work. And I guess they thought he did it. So what happened was one of the other guys rolled up on dude and was like ready to take him out. And he had to explain like, yo, it wasn't me that lined up your mans and them. It was the other dudes that I was working with. They just kind of took his work, took the bread, but that had nothing to do with me. So there was like a beef between this guy and this guy. So what happened is the main guy, the main character, Boom P, right? He went by another name and the thing is not bringing my mind right now. But he had to build a bridge and he was like, yo, is so-and-so gonna still try to take me out? Cause yo, we out here in the hood, bro. So you know how it is. And he was like, yo, you got my word. Everything is good. So he was like, you know what? Then everything is good. Because why? His word was bond. You get what I'm saying? So that's how you have to be when it comes to these type of situations. You have to have your word have to mean everything. So if you're a part of something, if you're working with people, again, mutual respect. You can't be disrespecting men because you don't know these guys. If you don't know these guys personally, you can't be disrespecting them in any way. And I'm not saying that the brother was disrespecting people, like calling them out of their name. That's not what he was doing. What I'm saying is he was throwing a lot of shade. And these are grown men that don't even know each other, you know? And it's messing up the, what was the brother's name? What was the brother's name, though? Mello, there you go. Mello. You know what I'm saying? Great show. Great show, man. Great show. I don't know what happened to the brother, man, but I worked out there. You know what I'm saying? I worked right around where they were filming. You know what I mean? Right out there in Bed-Stuy. I worked right there. I used to see those guys walk up and down the street every day. I never said nothing because I'm not into all of that, you know, like, yo, what else? I didn't do none of that. I just watched them on YouTube, and I seen them guys in the hood doing their things out there on Troop and Willoughby. You know what I'm saying? By Myrtle, by 303 Vernon. Out there near, what is it? Some of the houses out there. And they used to film right there. You know? And to see them have such a successful show and then the guy end up passing away, that's like, man, it's crazy, man. But think about what could have happened if he would have kept going even till today. He would have probably been, you know, on Netflix. Because between his show and what's the other show? What's the other one, man? The one that set it off, man, the main show. Money and Violence, right? Money and Violence was the main one, right? That was the main show, produced by brother Moses. You know what I'm saying? I know Moses, you know what I mean? Not saying that we talk today, but I grew up with Moses back in the day. You know what I mean? Argyle Road, Church and Caton, salute. Brooklyn, stand up. Flatbush. So to see him do that show, Money and Violence, I didn't even know he was the producer behind the show. I'm like, yo, I know this brother. You know what I'm saying? That's the brother that used to always wear a polo, him and all the other brothers. He used to wear a polo every single day back in the day, fam. Everybody used to be fly. Low down, like everything, fam. Scars, the knitted sweaters, everything. Crazy. You know what I mean? So how their shows were successful, they came together as men. They broke bread, said, look, this is bigger than us. If we can all come together, man, we could do something great. But they had to see the vision. So Mo had to do something to make these other guys be motivated. Mello had to do something to make these other guys want to be a part of it. If you look at the testimony videos after brother Boom P passed away, they interviewed the cast. And if you listen to all these brothers talk, they were saying they didn't even want to be a part of it. They were like, I didn't even know how to act. But because Mello kept it a buck and gave them that opportunity, it was a success. So you can be doing something that is great and other people may not want to be down right now. It's because they don't know what to do. It doesn't mean that they're not rocking with you. It doesn't mean that they don't believe in you. It can mean they need to see something. They need to understand their role. So as men, we have to know how to reach the people, to give them insight on what we see. They probably don't see it the way you see it. You know? Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
You wanna know why? Because you don't know how to plant. You don't know how to hunt. It's over for you. Finito. And you know who holds the card? You know who holds those cards of your fate? Your oppressors. They hold the cards to if you live or die. Just like that. They shut down the grocery stores, fast food, all of that. Boom, you're done. You're gonna have to be out there looting and robbing and stealing so your family can eat. And when that's over, you might end up having to become a cannibal. We're just gonna call it for what it is. Because when that time comes and that becomes a reality, oh yeah, you're gonna see people eat each other.
Do you see the madness that he's talking about here? This is crazy. That's not motivating anybody. That's not motivating by saying we're going to be eating one another. Like, what kind of savagery is that? You know what I mean? And I could care less about what you read in the Bible or whatever the case is. To say that over the air when we're supposed to be focusing on building community and other stuff, that's not going to motivate nobody. They're going to be motivated when your message is heartfelt and they understand the vision. But saying that we're going to be eating each other, we're not going to have food to eat, that's just pure negativity. That's not what people need to hear. People are already going through a lot of things right now. See, what a lot of you guys have to understand is this. There are people out here that are going through a lot, but yet they still have a smile on their face. You have people out here that are struggling, but they're going through, but they're still confident. They still have hope. So they find things in their life to be joyful for. And sometimes they come over, watch a couple of videos, get motivated, and it keeps them going. Sometimes you might have somebody that watch my videos just because they know that at certain points in my videos, I'm always motivating them. And that gets them through the day. You get what I'm saying? It helps change their life. People don't want to hear a bunch of negative stuff that's coming. We have to stop fear-mongering and give people hope of a greater future, especially for their children's children. You know what I mean? So when it comes to the initiative that New Breed and the other brothers are focused on, communication is the most important thing that we have to focus on. Communication, reaching the audience, not the content creators, the audience, and having a good public image and being very consistent in showing updates and showing development. Even if you planted a garden, put it on YouTube. Even if you planted anything, put it on YouTube. You bought a generator, put it on YouTube. Anything you got, put it on YouTube. They need to see everything. And if you're not showing them nothing, that's bad. That's bad. You got to show them all progress. All progress people need to see. Again, P Diddy Diddy, regardless of any criticism I have for him, regardless of any negativity you may think I'm doing, the man shows the work. He shows the videos, whether you think he's working or not. We're not here to debate all of that right now. What I'm trying to show you is when he come on camera, he shows the work. He shows the garden. He shows the construction. You see the truck pulling up. You see the cement coming out. You see the foundation. That is what people need to see. You want support? Show results. Show something. I promise you, people going to start joining. People going to start being a part of. They're going to give you calls. They're going to DM you. Bro, yo, you need help? Hey, I got a couple of guys. We want to come on down. How do we do that? This is what's going to happen, man. That's what this live stream is for. It's to really stimulate the brothers, the sisters, to really think about and consider things from all angles. It doesn't mean you are relocating tomorrow. It doesn't mean that you got to take everything you own and send it towards some land. And no. Just have an open mind to think about future developments and the possibilities of things that can be done. Perhaps you're a person who have ideas of a business. Perhaps you're a brother or sister that know how to make pizza. You're excellent at cooking and baking pizza. You're just magnificent with this. You're a good cook. Okay, that's a business that could be developed. Could build a business right on the land. Right on the land, we could build a business that could be done. You get the plans, you get everything situated, the paperwork, the legal documents, everything that needs to be done, speak to all the right people, and start looking into the development of that. That way, you end up having people that are within that region that would come all the way just to get your pizza. It happens, man. That's how people become multimillionaires. That's how people become successful. But you got to go out there and make it happen. You might be a sister that have good skills with doing hair and doing this and doing that. And you might say, well, I got my own salon right now. I'm good. Okay, cool. No hard feelings. You got a salon right now. You're doing good where you are. I wish you nothing but success. At the same time, maybe you might want to branch out, have another salon in another state. That's something to consider. Not only do you have your salon in your state where you reside, but now you have another one in another area where you're able to generate more revenue. You're able to hire employees. Your name is being established. So there are incentives for people to really consider and think about. Growth. That's what this is all about. Growth, development, and ideas. And remember, it's at the infant stage. It's not like everything can happen overnight. This is what people have to understand. Right? Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
It's gonna get that bad. And that might seem far-fetched. That's gonna go over a lot of people's head. But that's a hard reality for this planet. Because once, they say that you can no longer buy or sell unless you have the mark, you're gonna have a decision to make. It's gonna be one or two things.
Remember, we talked about this earlier in the stream. There's not gonna be decisions that you're gonna make. You're gonna either be put to death or you're gonna take the mark. It's gonna be one or the other. But why is he focusing on negativity so much? What about peace and joy and why we're not focusing on that? Nobody's going to be motivated if they're thinking about mark of the beast and death. Nobody's going to be motivated to do anything.
You can't buy or sell without the mark. Think about that. You cannot buy anything. Once that dollar of yours become useless, you will no longer be able to buy anything. You will no longer be able to sell anything.
And if the dollar is no more, then you can't develop no community. I'm telling you. And this is why I'm making it very clear that the video was not really thought out properly, because what you're saying makes no logical sense. If the money and the dollar is no more, and you got to take the mark of the beast, what's the sense of having a community? You can't run it. How are you going to get seeds? How are you going to get this? How are you going to get livestock? How are you going to do all of these different things? Supplies to build the houses. You got to go back to the world to get these things. You got to go to the home improvement stores. So how are we going to do these things? You can't. You won't be able to buy or sell. So it's irrelevant what he's saying at this point.
It'll be rap for you. A whole rap, finito. You a plate. You green out here. Completely green. Toast. And when that becomes the reality, everybody is going to have a decision to make. Every single person, small and great, free and bond, rich and poor, is going to have a decision to make.
Let me see. J.R. Meadows says, God said, come out of her, my people. Come out of what? Because we're talking about community and land development. See, again, this is what happens when we are trying to discuss things of this magnitude. Religion comes in. And this is why nothing could be done, because people say stuff like, well, God said, come out of her, my people. Listen, if you want to be poor, right? If you want to be broke, if you want to live in the slums somewhere and just be religious, you could do that. But we're talking about greatness. We're talking about abundance. We're talking about business. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about coming out of sin. The topic is not about that. So when you say come out of her, my people, you got to know what they're talking about. Because if I go to the Bible and I begin to read chapter and verse, it's not going to look good for you right now. And I'm trying to avoid that, because a lot of times people say things and it's not the appropriate time to say things. It's not. It's just like how when people keep bringing up the book of Jeremiah, where it tells you to build ye houses and plant gardens, that scripture is not for us. That was given to the men in that day. They had carpenters and they had smiths. And the Bible clearly told them what to do when they're carried away, whithersoever the Most High take them. That was not for us today, saying, here's a commandment for you to go build. You could use it as motivation, but you can't use it as a commandment that this is something we're supposed to be doing. in terms of coming out of her. How you going to come out of her when you're still here? Come out of what? That's what religion does. Religion is what's holding us back. Religion, religio, to hold you back, to keep you from making progress. That's where we are right now. If we go into something like this and we're religious, it's not gonna prosper because we're too religious. We're bringing in our belief system when we should be thinking like businessmen, businesswomen, and focusing on land and doing things in a way where people are prospering, where people have an expected end, not where one person is eating and everybody else is struggling. You know what I mean? It's like somebody had sent me the photo of P Diddy Diddy's mega mansion, and I'm looking at this mansion, man. I'm looking at this place, 13,000 square foot. I'm like, come on now. If he got that coming in, what are the Saints having? You know what I mean? So we got to think bigger. We got to think bigger. We can't be thinking this poverty mindset. You know? And think about how long it's taken to have that built and how many men it takes to build. We have to think smarter. Rather than all of you brothers trying to go out on the land trying to build something, we got to get into understanding how the world works. When the world builds structures, they have a crew that come out. The crew that come out is a professional crew. Electricians, plumbers, the carpenters, you have all the roofers, everybody. Everybody have their task. You have the first crew that come in and they lay down the foundation. They do what they got to do, boom, boom, boom. And then the next day you have the other crew that come in. And they know how to do this. They've been doing this for years. And you got to pay these people. You give them the plans, you get the people to write up the plans, and you start to get to work. If you guys want to get out there with boots on the ground and you don't even have no knowledge of how to frame a wall, how to do proper electrical work, if you don't know this stuff, you don't know how to do the plumbing the right way, then you're going to ruin a house. So you got to have professionals that come in and do these jobs and have the funding and the capital to pay for these things. And do it the right way the first time. If not, you're going to undo it and do it again. It's going to cost you more money. You understand? Yeah, each stage is a different crew. Yeah. And these guys throw up communities every single day. You have crews that come in and they throw these houses up like this. And typically when you go to these different communities, all of these houses are actually the same. The outside look different, but in the inside, they're really the same. They're really the same. It's structured differently. Like the bathroom in one of the houses might be over here, where in the other house is over here, but it's the same layout. And being that it's the same layout, the construction crew know how to do it. It's not complicated to them. They throw these things up all the time, you know? So these are just things for you to consider. Let's get back to the tapes.
You're going to be caused to do something. You want to know why the scriptures say you're going to be caused to do it? You're going to be caused to do it because you're going to, a lot of people, and then really you, I'm going to just say you, because a lot of y'all are watching right now. A lot of people, a lot of y'all is going to end up making that decision because you're going to have no choice.
See, what he's saying, you're going to have no choice, is wrong, because that right there is not done in love. That's not done from the heart. It's being forced. So what he's essentially saying is that things are going to get so bad that then you're going to be forced to do X, Y, and Z. No, you're not. You're not going to be able to survive in any sort of time. He's like so far ahead in life that it's just amazing that he can't even see the error. It doesn't make no sense, you know? It makes no sense what he's saying at this point.
You're going to have absolutely no choice. At least you're going to feel like you don't, because you don't know how to do anything else. You never thought to learn how to plant. You never thought to learn how to hunt. You never thought to, unless we ain't even got to get to that, but you never thought to try to build with your brothers. You never thought to build with people with a like mind.
Where is your hunting? Your skills? What are you doing? See, this is what I mean. When you talk like that, people are going to ask you the questions. Okay, where's your hunting skills? What are you doing? What have you planted and grown? What have you done? If you haven't done anything, people are going to look at you funny. And that's what's happening right now. Let's get back to the tapes.
So when it's time to make a decision, you're going to have no other choice. And then you're going to think back to this video. You're going to think back to New Breed videos. You're going to think back to everybody that was warning you about this time that's going to come.
See, one thing you don't want to do, make this clear to all the brothers. Stop fearmongering. Stop it. Stop fearmongering. Fearmongering will make people not get involved. It backfires. When you put fear and you tell people you got to do this because the end times is coming and we're going to do this. Once you do that, people go into hibernation mode. They go into survival mode. So now they don't want to make any moves because they're like, I'm comfortable where I am. I don't want to mess up my peace. So rather than getting involved with you, I'd rather stay here. And that's what ended up happening. Don't use fear. Stop fear-mongering. Stop talking about what's coming in the future. Stop it. I don't like stuff like that. What's the point of me having peace if there's nothing but death, mayhem, and destruction in the future? What's the point of me putting my time building something if I'm going to die? What's the point of me building something if I know my children are not going to make it? Because it's nothing but mayhem and death. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. I want to hear about peace and joy. I want to hear about good times. I don't want to hear none of this nonsense about, the mark of the beast is coming and we were going to starve. And, come on now. That's not motivating nobody. People going to say, hey, if that's the case, I might as well stay where I am. Might as well I stay where I am. At least I know I got my job right here. I got some food. I got Netflix. You know what I mean? My rent is paid. I'm good. I don't need no more extra responsibility. I mean, since everything's going to go bad, why would I mess up a good thing? If it ain't broke, why fix it? It backfires, people. Your result backfires.
But it's going to be too late. It's going to be far too late. Let's go.
Then what we put our hands to is supposed to turn into gold. We have the resources, we have the ingenuity, we have the wisdom. And I feel like at this time, a lot of our people, we got to be on our business. We got to be about our business and establish something that's not necessarily religious based.
And again, actually, I'm just let them cook.
Of course, we know who we are. We know the truth. We're conscious to that. We're aware of that. And of course, whoever wants to be involved are going to naturally gravitate towards that type of initiative. But, in my walk, man, I visited Black Wall Street. I've been to these places. And, one thing I thought about not too long ago is that even the way Straightway was ran down, he could have started a construction company, a construction business, and actually got actual grants to pay people instead of taking. So it's many ways.
What he said there is perfectly true. Dow could have started a construction company and they could have had a real crew that is on payroll and do so and so forth. That could have been done. You know what I mean? And it could have been very, very successful. But then again, we don't know the intricate details of how they do their job. For all you know, he do hire certain contractors that come in. I doubt that everybody over there just do it. There got to be some people that are paid to come in with machinery and do certain work. You know what I mean? You would be a fool to be building houses and not use companies that are experts at this kind of stuff and let them come in and assist with whatever you're doing. You would have to be a fool not to use that. So I doubt that just the men are doing all the work. Even though it could be possible that they are, I'm pretty sure that they use outside resources to come in and help with certain things that they may not be able to understand or need, I guess, professional expertise on it, right?
Of doing certain things that we're now learning, information we wasn't preview to before. But the point I want to make is, I'm in hopes, and I extend this olive branch to all the brothers who want to build with what we're doing here. It's not a church structure. We really just want to put our minds together and have somewhere that we can call our own and build, not as a church, None of that. But as the Israelites establishing their own community, it's like they got Chinatown, they got, all of these different towns. We're the Israelites, and the curses are about us.
To Odell, I believe your name is. You said background in many construction trades, civil and cost engineer. What else we have here? Architect and economist. Much knowledge and experience to share, but no one is interested. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, guys, you have a lot of people out here, right? You have a lot of people out here with a lot of knowledge, wealth of information, and some of them got connections. And it's just sitting there because, number one, you have to, I guess, put out content that can reach these people. You see like how, you're on both platforms. I just realized that. I'm looking at the RINGOTV raw chat room. So you're also on the RINGOTV reaction channel. It says they could do a lawn business. The initial equipment cost is low. That's true. Yeah, you can generate money short term. Yeah. And see, this is what I mean. Like, when you have all these different people, all y'all got to do, and it's only if you are led, right? No force, no anything. Just reach out to New Breed. You know what I'm saying? Just reach out to him. And, it is what it is. Because like I said, I don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't claim to know everything. But I know that there's a lot of brothers out here that know part. And they're able to offer something, And it doesn't mean that you're on the community. It doesn't mean that you're setting up a residence. It just means that you're using your gifts and your talents to offer them as a resource for what's going on. Because you have to think about it. Sometimes you have guys that want to go out there building communities and they try doing it themselves and they end up destroying everything, end up causing safety hazards because they're not doing things up to code. When you build in certain houses, you have to understand various things. You can't be cutting no corners. Not when it comes to structures. Not when it comes to electrical. You can't be playing games. Even with plumbing, nothing. You can't cut no corners. When it comes to this kind of work, you can't cut no corners. Once you cut a corner, man, it can mean somebody's life. It can cost you a lot of money. If you do the plumbing wrong, it'll mess up a whole situation. If you do the electrical bad, it can ruin everything. If the foundation is not right, you can have the structural integrity of a house is in question. You see what I'm saying? So all of these things take experts that are in these fields that can come out and offer their advice. And that's priceless. That's like, man, that's way more valuable than money. And this is why I'm trying to get the brothers to understand that it's not just about money, money, money. You need the right people that have the right minds. You know what I mean? And let them shine. Let them do what they do best. You end up linking up with all these different minds. Before you know it, man, the money shows up. Money just shows up. All of a sudden, you getting funding, people supporting, things are happening. Why? They see the progress, man. That's how it works. But you got to respect one another. You got to build relationships, guys. Relationships. You have to build relationships. You got to humble yourself. You have to humble yourself. It's not about you. It's about the community. It's not about you. It's about the whole. It's about the future. It's about your future children, your generations to come. It can't be about you. Well, I'm upset. Okay, you could be upset for a time, but don't let the sun go down upon your wrath, okay? Right? So you got to humble yourself and you got to recognize, look, I don't want to tarnish the progress. Because again, I wasn't making this live stream. Like I said, I spoke with New Breed behind the scenes. You know, we had a lengthy conversation. You see what I mean? And I felt very strongly that this message need to go out there. Very, very strongly. You know what I mean? At one point I said, I'm not doing the video. I said, I'm not doing it. No matter what, I'm not going to do the video. But then I was motivated again. I was like, look, I got to do the video. I got to do it. The Most High permitted me to do that. It's for a reason, because it's not just about this guy. It's about us as a community, as a group, as a people. Whether you are just a viewer that's just tuning in for the first time, or an avid viewer that's been viewing for a long time, it's to stimulate thought, to give you an idea and an understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe through this video, you're hearing a different side of me that you probably never heard of. Maybe you're seeing a different side you've never seen before, which gives you a better understanding of me as a person. So all in all, it's a learning moment. Let's get back to the tapes. Let's go.
And it's about time we stop falling under the dictatorship of these men who are fallible. If the head of every man is Christ, we should be able to deal with each other with honor, with respect, with honesty, with transparency, and all of the above. And no man is above that.
When it comes to heating, that's my expertise. Like I said, that was the occupation that I had when I was with that agency. You know what I'm saying? Heating and stuff like that definitely is my field. I know a lot of stuff about that. I took that very serious, that type of work. I didn't play around. That's just something that was the bread and butter during that time. And like I say, even though I'm no longer doing that line of work, and I'm no longer at that agency, I do miss the kind of work I used to do back in the day. I do miss that kind of work. It was fun. I really enjoyed that level of work, especially when I was able to help people. Like, they would have a particular problem and I would solve the problem, and I would see the joy in their face to know that I was able to solve their problem, do the repairs, and know that that particular resident or family was excited to know that I was able to solve a problem that many others were unable to solve. You know what I'm saying? And it was something that made me feel good, just to walk away knowing that, wow, that person is happy about their situation. So you got to know your strengths, your weaknesses, and you have to love what you do. So as men, when it comes to stuff like this, do you love what you do? Or is it just something you do to get paid? To me, everybody want to get paid. I get it. But do you love what you do? That is going to translate into your work. Because when you love what you do, then when you build in something, your love is going to be into it. You're going to do it as if though it's your own house. That's how I did my job. I did my job as if though I'm doing something in my place for my family. That's how serious. I didn't cut no corners. I didn't sugarcoat nothing. I didn't play no games. I didn't do no patch jobs, because I understand safety. I understand that this resident has children. I understand that they got electrical items right there. So I got to make sure that all of the heating units is properly sealed. Everything is right, because if I do something that goes against the training, it can come back at me. If I falsify information, it can come back to me. Get it? So you have to do things right, and you have to love what you do. A lot of people don't, unfortunately. They don't love what they do, and it translates in their work. This is why when you see people in the 9 to 5, just look at their posture, look at their attitude. It's because they don't even want to be there. You know what I mean? It translates into work. And this is why a lot of companies are losing money, because the morale of the staff is down. Maybe the supervisor is not really a team player in bringing up that morale, making the workers feel good and motivating them. You know, you need supervisors that understand these things in order to really stimulate the business place to get things, get the ball rolling. You know what I mean? This is why you have to have leaders in place that know how to communicate. See, if you have a supervisor that communicate to the supervisors, then they'll know how to instruct the staff, and we'll be able to work as a unit. But you have to have somebody at the top that know and understand people enough to communicate to the whole room, where everyone can feel their energy and we can all be of the same mind. Once we're of the same mind, we're going to be able to have all the results we want.
and we hold each other accountable as such. And that's just something that, when you look at it, the religion and then all of that, the churches, it always stands in a way, one way or another. And I don't think it's by any chance that there's the following that's in here is over 1 million people. We'll mark the message where everybody's following. Combined, it's well over 1 million people.
Now, what I want to say in response to that is, I understand the following thing, but we don't want to focus on the following of the people, right? Now, the reason why I don't want to focus on that, I'm going to explain why, right? When you look at the panel of all the guys, right, and you say it equals up to 1 million, right? At the same time, now hear me out, it puts pressure on Mark the Messenger. Now I'm gonna explain why. Because he has the largest platform. So it almost like it puts him, the spotlight just went on him. So he's gonna feel some sense of pressure. You may not wanna put pressure on him, but he's gonna feel some sense of pressure because he has the largest platform. And it's almost like signing someone up without them signing up. You get it? Because remember, we're talking about numbers. We shouldn't do that. What we should be focusing on is the relationships that we have with one another in terms of breaking bread, understanding each other, so that we can properly use our influence to bring awareness to said projects and so on and so forth. If that's not being done, then none of our following is going to be useful because we're not breaking bread, we're not united, we're not in agreement. So the first thing that we have to focus on is our relationships with one another, understanding each other to know whether or not one is interested in working with one another and, different, it's a small beginnings. But what I'm saying is do all of the guys right here know each other? The answer is no, they don't. They don't know each other. Every last one of them are in their place of residence right now. You see everybody with microphones in front of them. So they have a place that they're renting or a home that they own. So all things considered, you have to look at every angle of what's going on here. And I believe Mr. Gonzalez is also in the Middle East. So, he's way, way out there. In order for him to even get involved, it's not like he can be in the land. You know what I mean? He may have himself situated already. So what we have to focus on is reaching the people, the audience. Right now, we have 456 people that are viewing right now. Somewhere in that 456, there are people that are listening. They might be working right now. They might be driving right now. And they're enjoying the conversation. It's making them think about things. Some of them are now learning about the initiative with the land development. And they may have to offer something. And my hope is that those individuals, whoever they may be, will not feel pressure, not feel as if though somebody's forcing them to do something. Just consider everything from every angle. And you know what to do next. I don't have to tell you to do anything. Think about it like this. In advertisement, all of the things we buy, we don't just buy because we buy them. Somebody promoted it. Somebody advertised it. So I cannot expect viewers to want to be a part of something if they can't see nothing. I had recently purchased me a pair of shoes, right? I saw the pair of shoes, I had to have them. Right, let me show it to you real quick. Let me show this to you, right? So, I had purchased these, right? Some Nike SBs that was just released, right? Some of you that are into the sneaker game, you probably may know what these are. These are fire, right? These right here. Hold on, wait a minute. See these? Right? These are fire, right? But now, the thing about this is, how did I get these in my possession? These came into my possession because they were promoted. They were advertised. I liked them. The style. And these are very rare to get, meaning you just can't get these. I actually hit on the sneaker app. But the point is, it wouldn't be possible for me to have these if it wasn't promoted, if I didn't see them. So what exactly am I saying? In order for you to buy anything or want to be a part of something, you got to see it, right? So my suggestion to the brothers with the land initiative is the people need to see. And they need to be consistently seeing. If not, it will hinder growth. You bought a washing machine because you saw advertisement, a sale popped up, Home Depot sale, Sears, whatever the case is, Lowe's, and you needed a machine, you saw a good price, you went and purchased it. You had to see something. How many of you ever been, I guess, looking on Macy's, doing some window shopping? You're a window shopper, right? First joke for the day, right? But you're doing some window shopping on Macy's, and then you went on Instagram and you're scrolling, and the same advertisement for what you were just looking at pops up. Are you seeing that? Why? Because Google saw you shopping on Macy's, and because you didn't make a purchase, you're on Instagram scrolling, it brought back up the thing that you were looking at. Why? To put it back in your eye, to make you see it. Why? To give you that desire to buy it. And before you know it, some of you end up buying things because you kept seeing it. You go to Facebook, you see it. Everywhere you go, you see it. Yeah, the algorithm keep bringing it back up. That's marketing. So you got to market land development. You got to market community. And you got to give people an incentive on why. Give them a reason why. Give them a desire why I should be a part of this. Why should I be interested? What can I get out of this? Can I start a business? Can I build something small on the property, on the land, something larger? What is the process? Give them that reason. But most of all, let them see you building. If you build it, they'll come. Those are the laws of the land. If you build it, they'll come. That's just the way it works.
We have the greatness. We have the influence. We have it all to really establish something great. And I'm hearing you brothers networking. Everybody's connected. So that's just something I wanted to bring to the forefront. And pretty soon we're gonna be doing another land walk in May. And I know a lot of brothers may not be one involved there because they coming from that, but this is something totally different. This is something led by the Messiah, because the Messiah do say, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired, gather yourselves together. And it says, plant ye gardens and build. And Thou was right about that. Those scriptures are right. Although I don't believe he authentically got straight where I think he got it from R.G. Stair, a lot of the template that I've seen and researched. But the Bible he's right when the scriptures say, build ye homes and dwell therein, plant ye gardens and eat the fruit thereof.
Now, I want to offer correction on that point. Now, again, we went through those scriptures, right? We could use those scriptures for motivation when it comes to building houses, but it's not a command. We got to make sure that we have that clear, because what it does, and I have to make this clear, it will make people feel like they have to do it. And if they don't, they're going to get in trouble. In other words, if you don't do it, right, then something's wrong with you. That's what they're going to feel. So we don't want people to feel like They gotta go build, because here's the thing. What if they already done have a house? What if a viewer that's looking have a nice house already? Are they to still go build a house because they bought a house? No. So we have to inspire. We can use the scriptures by saying we should be like the people that were in the book of Jeremiah that build houses and plant gardens. We could use that as a reference to say, let's mimic or carry out something similar to this. We could do that. But we don't want to. We said we don't want this thing to be about no church, remember? So we want to stop, number one, using the Bible respectfully. Again, we want to be about community building. We don't want to be quoting scriptures about it. You have to understand what I'm saying here, because again, if we're going to learn from P Diddy Diddy, his whole community, cult, whatever, is based on Bible or his own version of the Bible, because that's what he do. But what I'm trying to say is we got to stop focusing on the scripture. We're not saying don't live by the Bible. Do that in your private time. One of the reasons why we don't be successful in business is because we focus too much on quoting scriptures when we should be focusing on business. When the world builds structures, communities, houses, they don't sit around quoting the Bible. They got all the architects, all of the carpenters, all of the skilled trades guys outside, and they getting work done. They don't quote scriptures. So we could rep the Most High and we can chop it up behind the scenes if we want to, share verses of Bible verses and whatnot on our own personal time. But when it comes to business, when it comes to building, we got to put everything else aside and focus on building. Trust me, even in the day of Jeremiah where they told the men build, I can guarantee you those guys were not sitting around quoting scriptures. They weren't doing that. For some reason, we think that that's what we're supposed to do all day. And I'm not saying that's what New Breed is doing. I'm speaking in general. That we have to focus on separating church from state, if that makes sense. If I'm building a studio, it has nothing to do with me quoting scriptures. Let's just build a studio. That way, all the men that are involved are on one accord. Because why? You got to remember, there may be people that don't follow the Bible, that want to be a part of whatever said community. Are you going to alienate them? We don't want to alienate them. We want to make them feel like, okay, you could bring your expertise too. Because if you base it off of just a scripture, and I'm not saying we can't read scriptures and talk about the Bible. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have all different walks, people of all different walks of life. And you want to make sure that these people feel welcome. Because in that community, you might have other people that don't follow the Bible. You get what I'm saying? So you got to think about that. Think about this. When you go to a car dealership to buy a car, are only biblical Israelites allowed to buy a car? Or all people? If I have a car dealership, I'm not going to be just selling cars to Israelites. I'm not going to have a scripture at the front of the door. It's a business. The Most High understands business. We should too. And all are welcome to shop. Not one group. All. When it's promoted like that, you have different audiences that come to the show, that come and gravitate towards the land because they're not feeling as if though it's an Israelite community. You get what I'm saying? Whereas at Straightway, if you don't do it Dowell's way, he's kicking you out. So we want to make sure that everyone feel welcome. Everyone. And we want them to know that what they bring to the table is appreciated. And we don't want to be like, well, brother, what you're doing there, it's going against the scriptures. We trying to build this house. The Bible says this and that. Look, No. We can't do that. We got to have laws, rules, like any business, like any corporation, and things will get dealt with because this is being done and that's not being done in X, Y, and Z. That way, it's a universal law for all, not based on your scripture, because there might be a brother there that he don't follow your religious beliefs. And you quote in the scripture, he get offended, like, look, I don't believe that. And he's a valuable asset. He's a valuable asset. We don't want to turn it into a religious type community. It goes back to, it's not a church. It's not, well, if it's not any of those things, then it can't be about all that other stuff. The brothers that are in the truth can chop it up behind the scenes with scripture. But when you're on the land with the community, you have to have the mind of community growth, business, respect for all people. All people. Your mind have to be set. You have to adjust. You have to humble yourself. And it takes a lot to do that, because if you're accustomed doing things a certain way, then you're going to be challenged when it's time to make these adjustments. You know? It's like if you're at the 9 to 5 and you got to work around people of the alternative lifestyle. You can have your disagreements, but when you're in a workplace environment, you can't be discriminating. You can't be name calling, looking at people sideways, and can't be doing that. This is a place of business, fam. It's a place of business. I don't care how anybody feel. You got to respect all people at all times. Right? You have a car dealership. A gay guy comes in and he's flamboyant and X, Y, and Z. If you're a man of truth, do you turn him away? He want to buy a Lamborghini. See, that's not the time to be religious. We're dealing with business. And I think that this is a learning experience for us, especially the men in truth. We got to know how to separate, when we in the truth from when we dealing with business. We got to understand how to do that. Or else we're going to ruin relationships. We're going to ruin allies that we can have with other people. Let's get back to the tapes.
It's all real. We need, as men of the Most High, with all this influence, all this leadership, and all this wisdom, I know it's time for that. And that's just something I want brothers to kind of consider and think about. And I will yield at that. Hey, listen, I'm definitely tuning in. This is a blessed stream. It's very powerful. And I'm glad to be amongst honorable men. The scriptures say when you doing his work, you will be in the, and I'm paraphrasing, it's in Proverbs. When you doing the work, you will be in the council of honorable men. You'll be around kings. And I know that I'm amongst kings, and I'm just honored to be a part of this panel here. And bless you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to have the floor for that moment.
Absolutely. Amen.
Peace, brother Newbert.
Peace and bless.
If nobody asks a question, I have a question for Eric.
When I tell you when I first seen that, I ain't gonna say it broke my heart. That might be a little bit dramatic, but I felt some type of way. I really did. Cause I was like, when I was watching it, I'm like, Breed is cooking right now. And I'm like, this is the perfect time to bring that out right now. That's the perfect time to bring that out too. And this cat distracted me. I was like, it's the perfect time to bring that out too. So for him to cook like that, and then to get not one of these guys said anything back to it. They didn't even put a suggestion out. I don't know what could have been said. I do know what could have been said. But it's the fact that they didn't say anything. It was like, wow. And then I understand, sometimes kitty, gone. I understand that sometimes
That cat is in heat, fam. I could tell.
just gotta plant the seed, you know. But I'm thinking at this point, I mean, these biblical scholars, right? These guys.
You shouldn't call them biblical scholars. That's another problem. Calling people biblical scholars. It's almost like you're trying to say, well, because they're biblical scholars, you know, why they're not doing this and doing that. Like, we got to stop putting these titles and these things on each other, fam. We're just men trying to make it and survive in this world. That's all it is, man.
Been in the word for years and years and years. It's like we still planting seeds this late in the game. We still need seeds to get planted. That didn't light a fire in y'all.
It's not about lighting a fire. You don't know what it lit in the other brothers. You went off too soon because, again, the topic of the show was not about land building. The topic was not about that. It was about interviewing Rufus. So all of the brothers are trying to get their questions in. So we can't really fault them for, I guess, not showing any interest. It did look that way, but it's not for us to condemn the other men respectfully because, again, they didn't come there for that. And if anything, as long as the words were put out there, that's the most important thing. As long as New Breed gave his speech, the brothers heard. Trust me, everybody know. It's not like that's the first time the brothers heard. The brothers know about this. If you're in these YouTube streets and you don't know what New Breed is working on, if you don't know, you're living under a rock. So people are aware of these things, right? It's all about people gravitating towards it naturally. That's what it's about. So the seed was planted. What's wrong is the way this brother went about making this particular video, which was throwing a lot of shade at the brothers, making it seem as if though, oh, you got all these Bible scholars, but yet when it comes to building community, they can't even come together. That's wrong because you don't know what's going on in their lives. You can have one of those brothers that may have just lost their wife or just lost a child or maybe going through a difficulty or may have some sort of ailment or infirmity or maybe depressed or maybe going through something. You don't know what people are going through to pass those levels of judgments as if though they're just not interested. You don't know what's going on in these people's lives. So it's important for us to really find out by having relationships with the brothers, by getting to know the brothers. That way we could break bread and see what each other is doing to know where we're at mentally, spiritually, financially, and find out like, hey, so what are your needs? Like, what are your goals? Like, what's really happening with you? Where you see yourself? You know, things like that. You got to get to know people. And then we can make proper judgments on what's going on. Because again, all of these guys that was on the panel, like I said, they don't know each other personally. Half of them probably never met each other. I know that Rollo met up with New Breed in person before. That's all I pretty much know of. You know what I'm saying? Rollo pretty much is the only one that actually went out of his way to meet different people. You know, he actually traveled and met up with different people. But see, that's something that can't be done one time. It got to be a consistent thing where you meet up, communicate, you know, see what's going on with the brothers. And that way there's a brotherhood, there's a respect for one another. Something that we don't have amongst our people because we're selfish. A lot of us, a lot of times we hibernate a lot because we've been trained to just do our own thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's the world we live in. You know, we're trained to do these things and we're comfortable. So sometimes when it comes to building community and branching out, it's something that is making us feel uncomfortable sometimes. Maybe you might feel like, oh, I never did nothing like that. I'm concerned about this. I'm concerned about that. Well, you just have to ask the questions, you know, just ask the questions. It's not a rush. It's not something that somebody's pressuring you to do. It's just something to think about, you know, something to think about, consider. Because again, if you're in a position in life where you're comfortable where you are, then by all means, stay where you are. You know, that's is nothing negative towards you. I feel that this initiative is for people that are going to gravitate towards it naturally in due time. And in due time, you never know who will those people be. But be thankful that at least the message is getting out there, that people are seeing. Again, 475 people are viewing on my RINGOTV reactions. We have 76 on my Ringo TV Raw. The message is getting out there. People are hearing about it. So if you have questions regarding the land development, building, or whatever the case is, get in contact with New Breed Global Truth. Get in contact with him. You know what I'm saying? He'll get in contact with the other brothers. And before you know it, you can probably, talk behind the scenes and learn more. And again, when it comes to all of the building and all that other stuff, I'm pretty sure all of that stuff is talked about behind the scenes, because obviously you don't want that in the public. You know what I mean? It's not something you discuss in the public. It's something that we talk about behind the scenes. You can kind of get the plans on what's being done. And to me, it's done in decency and order. And the brothers have to be of like mind. The sisters have to be of like mind. It's very important. It's not a cult. It's not some church. It's not some religious institution. It is people coming together because they want to see growth. They want to do this and that. But all I'm suggesting is that when it comes to these type of things, something have to be built. The people must see something. I promise you, if the people see something, they will come. They will support. They will be a part of it. If they're not seeing nothing and they're just hearing fair speeches, that's not going to be enough. For example, if I'm talking this talk here, I have a way of communicating that will make people listen. I'll get their attention. They'll be like, wow, I really appreciate this video. I'm learning a lot. You made a lot of sense. But at the same time, they need to see something. They need to see something. They need to see the brothers. If anything, they need to see the brothers communicating together, working together, seeing the brothers in the same area together. Like, oh, snap, they go so-and-so and so. Wow. They go, oh, snap. They need to see something. They need to see boots on the ground. They need to see plans. Something. You have to show the people work. If they don't see that, it's going to die out. You got to keep that fire burning in them so that they can be motivated and stimulated to want to be a part of something. Give them a reason why. Make the young brothers become motivated. Like, wow, bro, how can I link up with you guys? I want to come down there and work. I see all you guys, working on the building. Yo, I could help you guys. I don't mind coming through this weekend. These are the things that needs to be done.
To be like, yeah, let's get it. Yeah, what can I do? What can I do? How can I help? That makes sense. I'm thinking like, shit, do these guys got like their own lands or something? Is this something that I'm missing? Do they have a land, a community or something already that they got established, that they got built so they cool?
Notice how he's mocking the brothers now. Now he's making it seem like because they're not showing interest, do they have their own land already? No, what they have is their own life already. Something that you have to respect, right? You have to respect that each of those men have a life and they probably have children. You know what I mean? I know that Mark the Messenger, I know he has children. I don't know about any of the other brothers. I know New Breed have children, but I don't know the other brother's situation. But these are men that have their own lives. So you have to respect their lives and where they are and what they're going through, So once we understand that, that's how we're able to build. But he's mocking the brothers by saying, do they even have land right now? Maybe that's why they don't want to join with nothing. That's forcing people. You're giving pressure. That's pressuring people to get involved. And that's not going to motivate anybody. People want to do things on their own timing. Their own timing. That's how people move. When the disciples came to the Messiah, it was by their own timing. The Messiah didn't say, hey, you got to come here and be my disciple. No, they just came to him. That's how it is. If a woman like you, you're a brother, fam, you don't got to run her down and, try to force her into liking you. The sister is supposed to come to you naturally. That's the best thing that could ever happen to you, is when a woman approach you and say, hey, how you doing? My name is such and such and such. I saw you over there and I thought I'd come over here and introduce myself. That's wonderful. Woman come to you like that, bro, it's a wrap. Because she's making it very clear that she's into you. You didn't have to do nothing. You ain't have to perform. You ain't have to spend $1,000. You ain't have to do no lies, manipulate. You didn't have to do nothing. She just liked you for you, and she came over there and she shoot her shot. Just that simple. you know?
Or are they still living in the system, just like the 2/3? And are they content with it? Was my question. Are y'all content with the way things are now? Because that's the vibe I get.
See, he's saying that's the vibe he get. So in his mind, he's saying that the brothers are content with what they have. You don't know what they're dealing with. Some of the brothers may not be interested in a community, and because of the circumstances, they don't know how to tell other brothers that they're not really interested. You know what I mean? Or they may not be interested right now because they got something going, or they may have other plans that are in the work. There's a lot of things. Everybody is not going to drop all their plans to jump on board with something when they got something else going. These are things that we have to understand as men, and we got to respect other men. We got to do that. You know, if these men choose to offer their time or say, hey, I'm willing to get down with this. Hey, I'm going to take a trip, see what's going out there. Maybe I could offer some support. Let them do that on their own timing. Keep them as allies, as a useful resource. And I think that is the best thing you can do. We don't want to burn down no bridges with none of the brothers. We don't want to offend none of the brothers. We want to make sure that everybody is of one accord, even if one says, well, you know, I'm not going to be on the land, but I'm willing to offer this. I'm willing to give you some of my advice. I'm willing to support financially. I'm willing to call some people that I know that you could get in contact with. All of that is sufficient, you know? So you have to be thankful for all of what people can do, not just them being a part of it. And then if they're not, now you're upset with them. That doesn't make no sense. You can't do that.
It looked like y'all are cool. If that didn't light a fire in y'all, it seems like if that didn't light a fire in y'all, y'all don't have a community of your own or nothing established or built of your own as of yet, as that message was being said, then it seems like y'all are cool. I'm not cool at all.
Okay, so if you're not cool, go build. Go build today. Go, get your tools, fly out to the land, and start building today, right now. We should see new videos of you tomorrow on the land building. It'll shut everybody up. If you ain't doing that, then you're just talking at this point.
At all with what's going on. Like, y'all seem fine. Y'all seem fine.
See, he's saying that we seem fine, but he don't know that certain brothers talk behind the scenes. Certain brothers talk behind the scenes. See, everything is not meant to be in the public. See, it could look fine to you in the public eye. It could look one way to you, but you don't know what these brothers are communicating with the brothers behind the scenes. This is what I'm saying. You know, you got to look at what's happening behind the scenes. You can't judge these men as if though they're stagnant and don't want to do nothing. First of all, do these brothers even know each other? And it's not up to them to make it happen. That's another thing that we have to stop doing. We have to stop putting all this responsibility on men as if though it's their job to do X, Y, and Z. Don't do that. That's wrong. You're giving men unnecessary pressure. You understand? You have to let things flow naturally, because for all you know, it's not for them to be involved the way you would think. This is why, as men, especially men of truth, you have to be in prayer in terms of asking the Most High to send you the right kind of people. Asking the Most High for the wisdom, the expertise, the right kind of people, to send the right kind of people, the resources, the knowing. That is what's supposed to be your prayer, not just randomly dependent on a man. Because then now we're going to get back into worship of men, idolizing men, putting men in certain positions they don't supposed to be in, depending on them, having high expectations off the wrong information. You don't want to do that. You want a sure thing. So you want people that will contact you out of their own free will and say, hey, brother, I heard about what you're doing. Watch the video by Ringo. My name is such and such and such. These are my credentials. I have a website. This is what we do. We can offer you guys some sort of help to get you started. If you're not familiar with how things go, You can contact my such and such and such. That's how things work. You got to give things time to really pick up and build. Then things will start to pop.
And then, I'm Fit went right back into talking about Dow.
Notice how you just threw I Am Fit under the bus by saying, oh, he just started talking about Dow. That was the topic. That was the topic. So how could you blame him? That was the topic.
Trying to ask questions about Dow. Like I said, bro, Dow is irrelevant. And I'm going to just keep it a buck. I mean, in actuality, Dow is irrelevant. Now, that might come off that might go over some people's head because we all was making videos on Dow, and all of that type of stuff.
He's irrelevant to you. That's the point. That's the disrespect that I mean. Because what you just did right there is you disrespected all of my work by saying he's irrelevant. In other words, what you're saying is, forget about talking about him. Let's just go and start building. Really? But then you go do it. Let's see you go do it right now. I challenge you to go do it right now, today. Pack up, take a flight, and start building. Because there's nothing irrelevant about my work. There's nothing irrelevant about the amount of study, the amount of research that goes into producing this level of content. There's nothing irrelevant about that. Content is what the people want to see. So to say it's irrelevant is to say all the people that watch it are irrelevant. That's disrespecting the audience as well. So if I'm speaking on the topic of P Diddy Dow and I got 1,000 people in the building, the people want to see this. There's nothing irrelevant about it. The people want to hear about what I got to say regarding this situation.
I understand that. But in the grand scheme of things, in actuality, Dow is not relevant, bro. He's not that important. He's not that important. Not so important that when a brother sit up there and start trying to put out tangible solutions for y'all families, for y'all legacy, y'all future generations, so y'all can have something that go on and on and on and all of that, for you to bring Dow back up.
Do you see what I mean? He minimized the work that is being done about P Diddy Dow. He's minimizing the lives that are being saved. He's minimizing the things that I'm exposing that is causing a lot of people to turn from that. And he's making it seem like it's nothing. And he's saying what you need to do now is forget about that. Come on over here and let's start building and doing X, Y, and Z when he's not doing anything. He's not building a thing. He's not doing anything right now. He's just talking. And that's how you look to the public. What I'm trying to show this brother is this is how you look. You look crazy to the public because you're saying things, but you're not doing nothing. It's not fruitful. You're just saying things and throwing shade at other men that are actually doing the work. I'm doing work. You understand? And that's the problem that I'm seeing. Relationships is the most important thing. Having key players that are involved is more important to community building than you could even imagine. Because think about the amount of things that I'm saying here that is being given to New Breed, Brother Tawitazah, and anybody else that's associated with the initiative that they have on the land. Think about the amount of things that I've said over the air that probably gave them hope, ideas, wisdom, creativity, allowing them to form and organize and do this and that and seeing where, okay, we need to improve this, we need to improve that. You know how much advice I give in here? You know how much money it'll cost somebody to do this? But people think this is irrelevant and I'm just wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time here. I'm doing work.
Like, what are we doing? Are we men or not?
Now he says, are we men or not? Which is he's basically saying the guys are soft, that they're not women. They're not men. They're women. That's basically what he said. Are we men or not? That's disrespectful because you're talking to men. You understand? Let's go.
Are we the men of the Bible or no? Let me know. Put me hit. Put me hit. I gotta know. Because ain't no way. I'll play it again. Well, I'll go back a little bit.
And eat the fruit thereof. It's all real and all this wisdom. I know it's time for this. And I will yield at that. And I'm hey, listen, I'm definitely tuning in. This is a blessed stream. It's very powerful.
I ain't got it on the screen, but y'all can hear.
I'm glad to be amongst honorable men. The scriptures say when you doing his work, you will be in the and I'm paraphrasing, it's in Proverbs. When you doing the work, you will be in the council of honorable men. You'll be around
I would have at least been like, we need to talk
and
about
I know
that
that I'm
some more
amongst
for
kings,
sure.
and I'm just honored to be a part of this panel here.
Right.
And bless you, brother. Thank you for allowing me to have the floor for that moment.
Absolutely.
Amen. Peace, brother Newbert.
Peace and blessings.
If nobody asks a question, I have a question for Eric.
Before you, Brother Bob, let me say this in response to what he's saying. That's why we need to be unified in the spirit with each other. Let me put this on mute. I don't think that's coming from me. Let me see.
So yeah, he said, I got a question for Eric. They went back to talking about Dow.
But if you notice, when the brother was about to speak, right, he cut him off and he didn't let him play the tape. He didn't play the tape to continue. He making it seem like Gabar was the one that, I guess, just try to go back to the topic. But if you really paid attention to the video, that wasn't the case. The other brother responded to New Breed. He responded and he gave excellent points. But the brother didn't allow that to go over the air. And that's being disingenuous, because it's like you want the narrative to be spun one way when that wasn't the way it was. Somebody did, in fact, responded to New Breed regarding to what he said and made some valid points on what we as men need to cultivate. And that is unity and really joining together, not in the sense of building land and all this other stuff and property, but coming together as men and really, really supporting one another for real, for real. Not fake love, not fake friends, not fake all of that mess, but for real, for real. And that's what he said.
And like you said, it could have at least been like, hey, that's something we got to talk about. Let's tap in after the stream. Let's do something. Let's talk, like, let's work.
Why would they say that if the topic is about Brother Rufus? Why would everybody just say, hey, that's what we're going to all talk about? No. Real men can listen to a man give a speech, and then after that, it's up to them to decide if they want to do that, and they'll hit up Brother New Breed and talk behind the scenes as men. But they don't have to do all of this in public. You get what I'm saying? But that's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see all the guys switch the topic up and focus on building. We can't build by just talking on the air. We can do all of that behind the scenes and really get things, on the right path. But that has to be done at a different time, because that's not the topic. The topic is about Rufus, Dowell, and Brother Gonzalez.
Something. But we went back to Dowell? Really? Is this all we good for? Gossip?
Notice what he said. Is this all we good for? Gossip? So now he's saying that talking about Dowell is gossip. Gossip is unconfirmed information, unconfirmed chatter. The information regarding Dowell are facts. It's not gossip. So he's disrespecting my work, because on YouTube, I'm the main character that have done the most work against P Diddy Dowell. So what he's saying is that my work is gossip. That's what he just said. And it's like it's hypocritical, because he made videos about Dowell. So is he saying that he's gossiping? Because I can guarantee you that a lot of these guys that are doing videos about Dowell is because they saw my videos. They saw my work and they got motivated and began to go out there and speak on these stories because they saw the videos that I was producing. There's a lot of brothers that are making videos about Dowell right now. You got guys out there that are making good videos. Some of the brothers that I've seen, they shouted me out. You know what I mean? One particular brother, I believe his name is Prince of something. I don't got the full name, but salute to that brother. I seen your video where you was breaking down some stuff about the cults, and he was breaking down stuff about, the different cult leaders that been out there. And he put together a good video about it. And, he had shouted out my name, and he was using some of the clips and whatnot in the video. I don't have a problem with that. Fair use, do what you got to do. to get the message out there. But my point is, people watch my videos, they get motivated, and they go out there and they speak on the topics. And I appreciate when people speak on the topic because it's a serious issue. A man committing adultery, taking another man's wife is a serious issue, especially when you claim you repping the Most High. So it's not gossip. It's not a joke, you know? Let's get back to the tapes.
Just chatting about scriptures and dial. So we can get together to call somebody else out, you know, you wrong, this and that. We can do that all day. But we can't sit up there and link to talk about what we can do, how we can build, how we can put our brains together and come up with, to generate some kind of revenue, to generate a gross amount of revenue.
Why don't you go do it? Where is your revenue? Your channel is not monetized, so you don't understand the business of YouTube. And this is something that you need to understand. Your channel is not monetized, right? So when you talk about generating income and revenue and X, Y, and Z, you're not even doing that, not on YouTube. So it's not making you look good. It's not making you look right. And to be disrespecting the work that's being done, that's disrespecting the business. It's disrespecting livelihoods, and it's making it seem as if though none of this work is important. And that's unacceptable, especially when a man committed adultery and took another man's wife and he's hiding his sins. You understand? My job is to make sure that I expose the devil for who he is.
You know, sit up there, man. There's so much stuff we could be doing in real life to make a real difference, to be a real example. But it's like, these guys is not, it seems like they're not interested in that. It seems like that bell hasn't, that light bulb hasn't went off yet. And I just can't understand how. We supposed to be biblical scholars, right? And I'm not gonna cap. I'm far from a biblical scholar.
So you're far from a biblical scholar. Okay. That means that when you're addressing these men on the panel, you have to have a sense of understanding where these men are spiritually, where they are in their walk, and consider your actions and how that would affect the whole. You have to be concerned with that.
You know, but I know right from wrong.
I don't think you do. I don't think that you understand right from wrong, because if you did, when I left that comment on your page, you would have understood right from wrong. As soon as you read my comment, you would have known there was something wrong. You would have been like, wait a minute, this is RINGOTV. He's saying that something about the video. You know what? Let me see what's going on. Let me adjust and find out what's happening here. This is not some regular guy that is just here, just playing games on YouTube, trolling. This is a guy that's on the front line with the whole P Diddy Diddy situation in my comment section. This is a man that can be a blessing to you. And for whatever reason, your response, right? It just goes to show me that some people just don't know who they're talking with. That you can have RINGOTV responding to you on your chat, on your comments, and then your comment comes back as disrespect. Again, some people just don't know how to communicate, and you really don't understand what relationships can do for you. You really don't. Just sometimes having certain relationships with certain brothers opens doors for you. Major doors. And a lot of times we cut these doors off. We burn bridges before they can even be built, because I don't know this brother. But his response had a level of disrespect, and it's just something for me that I don't tolerate, because I know how to discern spirits, and it's like it can come across the wrong way really fast, really bad. And it's like, it's almost like, forget about you. Forget about what you got to say. This is my platform. I do what I want to do, say what I want to say. To each his own. If it don't apply, let it fly. In other words, using my original talking points, you know what I mean, to use against me or whatever the case. In other words, you're just mad because maybe you're not building and all this other stuff, not realizing that I talk with New Breed behind the scenes all the time. All the time. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, again, if I was him and I seen Ringo come into the comment section, I would inquire on exactly what's going on, and my response would have been way different. Way different, especially if you know that New Breed and Ringo is cool. You know, like stuff like that. You know, it's like, I would approach the situation way different. If you ask me, I would approach it way, way different. Because again, when it comes to business, when it comes to relationships, if you're offending one, you offend all in most cases. And this is why I feel that as men, we gotta respect one another. This is the thing that we have to grow. We have to look at what happened at Straightway, and we gotta improve and not make those mistakes. And one of the things is the lack of respect, the lack of honor, the lack of not looking at the brothers as we would ourselves, you know? And that's something that I look at, you know? It's very important that we treat each other with a certain level of respect, especially when it comes to community building, not forcing people to be down, not making people feel uncomfortable or blaming people for why it's not being done. Don't do stuff like that. Don't make people feel like you're blaming them for why things are not happening as fast as you would like it to happen. Because again, this brother cannot speak for New Breed. He cannot. He cannot speak for the other brother either. He cannot. And it's in bad taste because it sends the wrong message to the public. When it comes to stuff like this, you want to have good public image. You want to make sure that the people understand what the purpose is. And you don't want them to think like, oh, the brothers are fighting. I don't know this brother. I don't know him. Never met him. Don't know nothing about him. All I know is that he made videos about P Diddy Diddy. That's it. Just because we all claim we in the truth and rep the Bible, that does not mean we know each other. We got to stop doing that. We didn't break bread. I personally do not know this brother. I don't. So when we interact on social media, we could say we know each other through social media and we're familiar with one another through social media and have a mutual respect through social media. But there got to come a time when it goes beyond social media, right? And you actually meet people in the real world where they see you. You know what I'm saying? You shake hands. What's good, bro? You know what I mean? That's how you do it. You sit down and you chop it up, do what y'all got to do. Now, when you go back online after meeting in person, there's way more of a respect. When you meet people in person and then you go back on social media, there's way more of a respect for that individual because you know they're real. There's no games. Right? Okay.
I know right from wrong. I know how to maneuver. I know how to move. I know what makes sense. And being stagnant makes no sense.
Again, he's saying being stagnant make no sense. So now he's accusing all of the brothers on the panel of being stagnant. In other words, he's accusing me of being stagnant. In other words, all you're doing is talking about Dowell. You're being stagnant. What are you doing? What exactly are you doing? You're the one who's stagnant. You're the one procrastinating at this point. If you feel that all the brothers are stagnant and they're not doing nothing, not making no progress, you go out right now, take a flight, boots on the ground, start building. Do a video, go live. And let's see that. You prove us wrong. You go be that example. Because again, each man have a life. You don't know what's going on in their life. You don't know what people dealing with their children. People could be in the process of relocating. There's a lot of things that people are doing. You cannot just say they're stagnant. You don't even know what they're doing.
Being okay with the current predicament of our people makes no sense. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna work with those brothers. I'm going to build with them. It's not rocket science, you know? But if y'all hear this cat, she ain't.
Let me explain to you folks exactly a sign and a wonder of how Satan move, right? Now, look at this. A person pays $5 to tell me that somebody on YouTube is talking about me and being disrespectful. I don't care. What did you tell them? I mean, you wasted $5 to tell me that? Really? Like, what exactly do you want, a reward? Like, you wasted $5 to tell me about somebody on YouTube that's talking about me. That doesn't make me any money. I don't care. Everybody on YouTube could make 1,000 videos being as disrespectful about me as they want. I don't entertain that stuff. I am a grown man. I'm not wasting my time with that. I am speaking about business and development. But this is what you chose to post as a super chat. Notice, nothing about business, nothing about growth, nothing about the topic. This is what I mean when it comes to the mindset of some of these people. They love to see arguments, back and forths. These are what you call instigators. But I'll accept your $5. But at the end of the day, I got work to do. I don't care what people are saying on YouTube.
But yeah, man, I just find it crazy, bro. I just find it crazy that, you know, this is what it looks like. And, you know, like I said, I expect this from the 2/3. I expect this from.
How you gonna say you expect this from the 2/3? How about this? What if you're a part of the 2/3? Have you ever considered that? What if you're a part of the 2/3? Think about this. You said you got into the faith during the pandemic. So you haven't been in the faith that long. So how do we know you're not a part of the 2/3? Think about that now. You know, you're saying things as though, well, I could expect that from the 2/3, as if though, like what the brothers are doing is wrong. That's crazy. You can't do that. That's disrespectful.
You know, we're just gonna say bots. Like, I expected from them to not be thinking about nothing like this, but this should have been crossing all of these guys' mind daily in a vicious cycle.
Why a vicious cycle, and why aren't you doing anything? Again, all I'm going to do is hold you accountable by saying, look, if you feel this way, you should be out there building right now. You should have boots on the ground building right now. If you're not doing that, your words are just falling on deaf ears at this point.
The point where when Newbury brought this out, they should have been ready, like, yes, let's talk about that. Fuck Dow. It should have been fuck Dow in that moment. Let's talk about this.
Sir, what I would recommend to you, I challenge you, go take all of your videos, right, that have P Diddy Dow in it and delete them. Go do it. I challenge you. Go to your channel, all the videos that you've done about Diddy Dow, delete them. Since it's F Dow, go delete all those videos. They don't mean nothing. Do that. Because if it's F Dow, then those videos shouldn't even be online. You should be posting videos of you building the land. Upload those videos. You know? Let's see if he do that. Let's get back to the tape.
But it wasn't that. Dow was more important. So, you know, I honestly seen that, and, you know, I was a little hurt by that. I'm like, wow. It just mean
when you see instigators at Brother Moshe, yeah, he did waste $5 to instigate. But when I see those kind of individuals that do that type of stuff, that's Satan. That's not the Most High. The Most High is not going to send me a super chat to tell me that somebody's talking about me. I don't care. I don't even watch these people's videos. I don't care. You know, let them talk. Just like how I talk about people and people say, oh, why you talk about this person? No. I tell them, well, why are you watching me? I don't care how you feel. I got something that I got to do. If other people feel that they want to make videos about me, for whatever the case is, let them do whatever they got to do. That's not affecting my life. I don't care. What I'm doing is real work. What other people do is just looking for a debate, a war, a fight. I don't got time for that. So when you see instigators, those are not friends of mine. Those are not people that really rock with me. Those are people that are looking to be seen, and they want to see videos and back and forths. That's what they're really looking for. And we're talking about building communities and growth. Make that make sense.
That the real brothers of truth is even farther in between than I initially thought. We have scriptures, you know, when it say out of 1,000 men, we was trying to find who was upright. Out of 1,000, it was only one. So, you know, and that's not even shade to them, but men, as men, bro, we should have been on we're supposed to be the builders, the creators. We're supposed to be the closest thing to the Messiah.
You're saying all of these things, but you're not doing nothing. Again, it's not making you look good. If we're supposed to be the builders and we're supposed to be this, go build. Go do it. Go do it. Because I build. I'm a builder. I do the work. I can build. Can you? I'm a carpenter by trade. I actually do building. I actually know how to frame a wall. I actually know how to build things. Do you understand? I know how to install drywall the right way. Do you understand? Do you know how to do that? Do you have those skilled trades? See, it's easy to say these things, but if you're not doing these things, it's like you're just talking to the mirror. It's not good.
Walking the planet, right? Like he said, Christ is the head of us, right? What kind of example is this to the women? What kind of example is this to the women?
Now he's saying, what kind of example is this to the women? You should be concerned about what example is this to your woman concerning you. Any woman that is with me know what I do. So the burden of proof is on you. What do the women feel about you? Do you understand? Because all the brothers involved that may have a woman, they're doing their own thing. Their woman don't feel no way. But it's like now you bringing this thing to a level of like, you know, like you're a weak man and, you know, your woman looking at you like you weak. Come on, man. This is unnecessary nonsense at this point.
Y'all just want to be pampered till y'all croak. And, you know, and this ain't no shade to y'all.
You keep saying it's no shade to us, but that's exactly what it is. It's disrespect. And I speak on behalf of all the brothers that are on that panel that have seen your video but decided not to respond to you. I'm going to respond to you.
Yeah, but let's just keep it a buck. You know what? I ain't even going to go there. Actually, I will.
He just said, I'm not going to go there, but yes, I will. Do you see my point?
Keep it a stat, because it's a fact. You know, you brothers, y'all are older. Elders. A lot of y'all are elders.
He's calling us elders. Certainly, this brother have a lot to learn about what an elder is. No. Not no elder. But this is what he believes. This is crazy.
You know? So it's like, bruh, time is not not on none of our side.
If time is not on none of our sides, let's entertain that. If you're going to say that the brothers are elders and time is not on our sides, what's the point of building a community? Do you see that? If we're older men, elders as you call it, and time is not really on our side like that, what's the point of trying to establish a community at this time? It doesn't make any sense. So maybe that's an answer that you should consider. Maybe some of the brothers that might be older men are already established and have no need for anything. Right? So you can't look at it in no other way. But again, this is the level of disrespect that you get when you deal with people that don't understand how to communicate with men.
You know? It's not on none of our side. But, you know, you think the elders would be more, inquisitive.
Now he's blaming the older brothers. In other words, it's our fault why you are where you are. No, you got to blame your own self, sir. Wherever you are is where you are. It has nothing to do with me.
Where it's like, okay, yeah, we got to do something. Let's get it on the flow. How ASAP? I got to build something for my lineage.
Go build it then. Go build. I challenge this brother to go and start building something right now. And let's see how it happens. It ain't going to be done because he's a novice in the faith, a novice. And he's fallen into the condemnation of the devil at this point. And this is correction. This is something that he needs to hear. Will he hear it? Will he humble himself? That's his issue. But my point is not only to speak to him, but also the public throughout this entire stream. We've been on thus far for 4 hours and 35 minutes. And I believe that I gave a lot of expertise, a lot of things that I've said that is very useful for all the brothers involved to be mindful of, as well as responding to him as well. He have a lot to learn about communication and unity when it comes to men, and he needs to understand what humbling oneself means, what it really looks like. It doesn't mean somebody is bossing you around or sunning you or whatever the case is. What it simply means is you got to know how to communicate amongst men that are about business, because it can affect business with the way you put videos out. It can affect videos. It can affect public image. It can affect what people think. People will look at the situation and be like, oh, Ringo is going back and forth with this guy. And look, they can't even unite. I don't even know this guy. So all of that talk about going back and forth, this is not a going back and forth situation. This is me regulating a situation. This is me, pretty much sharing my commentary about what I see that I felt needed to be addressed openly. The Bible says them that sin before sin, rebuke them sharply before all, that others may fear. I believe that he have a lot to learn in this situation that can help him become a better man and perhaps make better decisions when it comes to how he respond, how he do content, and so forth. Again, YouTube is a business. So as a content creator, you have to understand business. You have to understand the work that these men do. You don't know what kind of livelihoods these guys have, what kind of businesses these guys have. There's so many things, and there's so many things that he have to consider. And the bottom line is you don't want to misrepresent what New Breed is doing. You don't want to do that. You don't want to misrepresent what he's doing, because it's just something that should be considered. And, this is why I have to make this particular video. That way, as he put, the line is drawn. Well, the line is drawn.
To keep going. Like, that's how I'm thinking y'all should be thinking. I'm going to just keep it a buck. I'm thinking that's how y'all should be thinking.
You're thinking how we should be thinking. That's not what you should be thinking.
But it don't seem like that's where y'all at. And then, you might, I'm going to just go off the actions. Because even when things seem confusing to me, actions going to always speak louder than the words.
I mean, he's speaking as if though he know all of us brothers. That's the problem. You're talking about actions. You don't know none of these men. It's disrespectful what you're doing. You don't know these brothers. I cannot sit there judging these men when I don't know them, nor their affiliation to each other. I don't.
And the actions was right here. We seen action. New Breed put something on the flow. There was no action. There was nothing. There was nothing.
In your eyes, there were nothing. You don't know who talks to who behind the scenes. And that's bad, because by you putting that out on the airwaves, it's given the false image that none of the brothers are working with New Breed behind the scenes and, we're just all against everything. That's a bad public image. That's what you did.
And we got to tighten up. We got to tighten up, man.
I mean, for you to say that we need to tighten up is extremely disrespectful when you don't even know nobody. Like, you're literally telling men, grown men, that we need to tighten up. Do you understand how disrespectful that sounds? Like, you don't even know these guys. You're talking to a room full of men, telling them they need to tighten up. That's disrespectful. You don't even know them. You don't even know who talks with New Breed behind the scenes. You don't even know what these men invested behind the scenes. You don't even know. I'm telling you, man. I could just imagine some of these brothers watch that video and they probably like, wow, this is what he's saying about us. That's crazy. Let's go.
That's pretty much it. I just wanted to come on here real quick, point that out. Yeah, man, I was kind of disappointed by that. So yeah, shout out to New Breed, Global Truth. Gonna keep on working with that brother. Keep on, you know, trying to put something on the flow, because, you know, it's seeming like the real is the circle of that, of what's real, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
So basically, he's the real, and everybody else is not real. We're fake. It's good to know.
But that's the video for today. I love y'all. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe for sure. Love y'all. Take care. Stay safe. I'm on y'all, boys.
So at this point, what I want to do is I want to let New Breed share his message. This section here, I didn't really want to go into it, but I have to. So I'm going to let it play. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to interrupt, but I want this section to play straight through all the way into when the other brother came in and spoke after New Breed. That way we can have that connected to this particular stream, and, you know, we can end the live stream at that. And that way we have the full understanding of what took place and so on and so forth. So let's roll the tapes.
And fellas, I wanted to quickly give some closing sentiments, because I'm coming across some time constraints, and I wanted to say some things and just put some information out there for all the fellas on the panel. I don't know if all of you all may be aware, but we also have a land initiative development community that we're working on. Now, speaking on Dow and Straightway's influence, a lot of brothers really looked up to the communal part of what Straightway was doing. And we've been disappointed by all of this. We seen how Brother Jamie was treated, Mr. Gonzalez, as well as Pastor Rufus. And, you know, we were discouraged for a while, because we said, man, this is how communities is ran. You know, we new to this. We in infant stages of development. You know, all we got a couple wells dug. We got some generators on there. We got a couple trailers, a couple RVs. There is a livable structure there that has a lady built a small home. And one thing that we've learned through all of this is that we wanted to learn from the mistakes of these fallible men who want to lead and be Judas goats. And what we decided to do is kind of separate church and state, because what we've learned is, with all these religious institutions, it seems that somebody's ego is going to get in the way. Somebody is going to try. I mean, we've been doing this for centuries now, not just decades. No, our people literally have been doing the same thing. And now we've came to the conclusion that it's time for Israelites to actually produce something great. We're talking about something great. Now, we have access to over 117 acres of land. That's a lot of land. And with all these great minds on this panel, all I can think of is, man, when are we gonna have our own something like a Chinatown? Where we gonna have all these great minds? Shouldn't be one man eating off the people. We should all be producing, generating revenue on said land. When we gonna bring Black Wall Street back? If we're the Israelites the Bible speak of, which we are, then what we put our hands to is supposed to turn into gold. We have the resources, we have the ingenuity, we have the wisdom. And I feel like at this time, a lot of our people, we got to be on our business. We got to be about our business and establish something that's not necessarily religious based. Of course, we know who we are. We know the truth. We're conscious to that. We're aware of that. And of course, whoever wants to be involved are going to naturally gravitate towards that type of initiative. But you know, in my walk, man, I visited Black Wall Street. I've been to these places, and you know, one thing I thought about not too long ago is that even the way Straightway was ran, Dow, he could have started a construction company, a construction business, and actually got, you know, actual grants to pay people instead of taking. So it's many ways of doing certain things that we're now learning, information we wasn't previewed to before. But the point I want to make is, you know, I'm in hopes, and I extend this olive branch to all the brothers who want to build with what we're doing here. It's not a church structure. We really just want to put our minds together and have somewhere that we can call our own and build, not as a church, none of that, but as the Israelites establishing their own community. Just like they got Chinatown, they got, you know, all of these different towns. We're the Israelites, and the curses are about up. And it's about time we stop falling under the dictatorship of these men who are fallible. If the head of every man is Christ, we should be able to deal with each other with honor, with respect, with honesty, with transparency, and all of the above. And no man is above that. And we hold each other accountable as such. And that's just something that, when you look at it, the religion and then all of that, the churches, it always stands in the way one way or another. And I don't think it's by any chance that there's over, the following that's in here is over 1 million people. We'll mark the message where everybody's following. Combined, it's well over 1 million people. We have the greatness, we have the influence, we have it all to really establish something great. And I'm hearing you brothers networking, everybody's connected. So that's just something I wanted to bring to the forefront. And you know, pretty soon we're gonna be doing another land walk in May. And I know a lot of brothers may not be one involved there because they're coming from that, but this is something totally different. This is something led by the Messiah, because the Messiah do say, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired, gather yourselves together. And it says, plant ye gardens and build. And Dow was right about that. Those scriptures are right. Although I don't believe he authentically got Straightway. I think he got it from R.G. Stair, a lot of the template that I've seen and researched. But the Bible is he's right when the scriptures say, build ye homes and dwell therein, plant ye gardens and eat the fruit thereof. It's all real. We need, as men of the Most High, with all this influence, all this leadership, and all this wisdom, I know it's time for that. And that's just something I want brothers to kind of consider and think about. And I will yield at that. And I'm, hey, listen, I'm definitely tuning in. This is a blessed stream. It's very powerful. And I'm glad to be amongst honorable men. The scriptures say when you doing his work, you will be in the, and I'm paraphrasing, it's in Proverbs. When you doing the work, you will be in the council of honorable men. You'll be around kings. And I know that I'm amongst kings, and I'm just honored to be a part of this panel here. And bless you, brothers. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to have the floor for that moment.
Okay, I want to share my thoughts about this comment that Good Times posts. We as a people, man, we have to really stop with this poverty mind. You post a comment from Deuteronomy talking about, and among these nations thou shalt find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have any rest, but the Lord shall give thee a trembling heart and failing of, like, do y'all not see the mindset of these people? That's the mindset of these people. And it's because they don't know how to read to understand. They really have that type of mindset in 2024. Do you not understand that the things that was done in those Bible verses already came to pass? It already came to pass. Transatlantic slave trade. It already happened. So what you're reading, you're wasting your time. When are we as people of the Most High going to understand the blessing? When are you going to do that? Because if you study the scriptures, it's interesting because we as a people are always focusing on the curses, but we don't focus on the blessing. The Bible says that when you follow the Most High, all these blessings, we don't see nobody reading that. You got people in this earth that are going through struggles because they refuse to follow the Most High. But then you got brothers and sisters that are doing very well for themselves. They're not going through all of that. You're going through that because you refuse to follow the Most High. But what I'm trying to show you here is, with all the things that New Breed said right there, you would think that you would have something good to say. And instead, your mindset is focused on having a trembling heart. Now, that's very motivating for people. And this is why our people cannot grow. But let's see what takes place next. Let's go.
Absolutely. Amen.
Peace, brother New Breed.
Now, keep in mind, everybody heard what New Breed said. So it's not like they didn't hear him. They heard him. Seed was planted. They heard him. They didn't interrupt. You know, it is what it is. They're fully aware of what's going on. So it's up to them to make their own choice. And you got to respect that. Just that simple. Let's go.
Peace and blessings.
If nobody asks a question, I have a question for Eric.
Now, that's the part where the other brother got upset with. And to be honest, like I said, it felt some type of way. But then again, I had to rewatch this and understand that this is, in fact, a podcast which has an agenda and purpose. The purpose was talking about the situation with Rufus, Dal, and Brother Gonzalez. That's not to make it look like if everybody ignored what New Breed said. That's not the case. They're aware of that. And this is not the first time brothers heard. This is just an opportunity for New Breed to get the message out there. And on that show, think about how many people were viewing. Rollo had probably about 1,000 people in the building during that live stream. So think about all those folks that saw that message. That's the most important thing, is that the people got the message, not necessarily the panel, the brothers. Being that we in these YouTube streets, we all should know and hear these things. But what's important is that the people got the message. But let's hear what happens with Brother Tazar. I can't pronounce your entire name, brother. I probably have to hear you pronounce it one time, and then I'll get it respectfully.
Before you, Brother, let me say this in response to what he's saying. That's why we need to be unified in the spirit with each other. Let me put this on mute. I don't think that's coming from me. Let me see something.
Now listen to what he's saying, guys. You got to listen to what he's saying, because what the brother said complements everything that New Breed put out there. Now, the way New Breed's message went out there, you have to understand how to comprehend messages. New Breed's message was not tailored, if that makes sense. It's not a tailored. It wasn't a tailored message. It was a rough cut, a rough draft of giving the people what they need to hear and planting the seed. So I'm not here to criticize his message or say, well, he should have did this way, that way, that way. He did it the right way. That was the way the message is supposed to be go out there. A rough cut message where you time restraints. You don't got time to really talk, the way you would like to. So you got to just put the message out there. That's all he needed to do is plant the seed. What Tazar did is he watered everything. He watered it. New Breed planted the seed. He watered the seed with what was needed for it to grow. Listen to what he said.
Okay.
Somebody
That's why we need
to pan on.
Yeah, I still hear that background. My mic's muted, so I think it's
it just left.
I think it's Rufus. Yeah, I think because he just muted his mic, so I think it might be him.
Okay. The scripture said it's one body and one spirit that you're called. Endeavor to keep the unity of the spirit and the bond of peace. For us to be a community, we got to share the same values. The scripture said if you love one another, then will all men know you have love.
Mute your mic, Rufus.
If you love one another, then will all men know that ye are my disciples. The brothers need to have real love for each other. For real, man. Love don't work no ill. The stuff that went down the straight way that's going on in these groups and these camps, that ain't love. All the treachery, the trespass. A brother served you for 25 years, for 12 years, and you discard of him like trash. And you malign him. A brother leave his wife in your trust, thinking it's family. He leaving it with relatives, and you betray him. So for us to be a community, we got to be all in the same spirit, and we got to have a code of ethics. There has to be a discipline that we operate under, this commandment that we love one another. And these things that are abominations and that destroy communities, we will not do. We're not going to make excuses for it. We're not going to justify it. We're not going to rationalize it. We're going to live this finally. We live finally in this end stage of the end of the world. If the scripture says the husbandman waited for the precious fruit of the harvest, when are men going to see that we really need to love each other as brothers? The Vietnamese, man, are together in their communities, and they sow together and they reap together. Why can't the brothers sow together and reap together? But in Nehemiah, here's one of the issues that was noted. Look at this right here that's noted. You can't have anybody sitting in a position of authority that ain't sanctified, or they gonna move carnal on you. They're gonna move fleshly, they're gonna move for their own personal gain, because they're seeking their own, not the wealth of another. We're supposed to be seeking each other's wealth. I wanna see you successful, Brother Eric. I wanna see you successful, Brother Gabar. I wanna see you successful, Brother Mark. I wanna see you successful, Brother Rollo. I wanna see you successful, Brother Rufus. I wanna see you successful, Brother New Breed, Galvin. I wanna see you successful. And I have to be instrumental. We have, as a people, we have been more of a curse to each other than a blessing. And we wanna complain about what's going on. In Nehemiah chapter 7, look at what it says, right? Nehemiah chapter 7 is verse 1 and 2. Look at this. Now it came to pass, this is when they were rebuilding the temple. But note this character issue. Now it came to pass, when the wall was built, I had set up the doors and the porters and the singers, and the Levites were appointed. Then I gave my brother Hananiah and Hananiah, the ruler of the palace, charge over Jerusalem, for he was a faithful man and feared God above many. See that? He was a faithful man and he feared God above many. Meaning he had more integrity than other people. He had more compassion than other people. He was more trustworthy than other people. So to be in a family and to be leading in a community, you got to have more integrity. You got to fear God above many in order for you to operate in the productivity and the success of your people. And that's why they tell you about Christ, it said the fear of God was upon him. Some men hear what the scriptures say, but they're not scared to transgress it. And then who do you hurt? You hurt your own brother. You hurt your own community, and you wound souls. So we need to come together. But the scripture says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things shall be added. Even in corporations, there are bylaws. That you break those bylaws right there, you out the corporation. So there's rules that govern every action. And if we will submit to a certain set of rules, then we can profit here and in the next world, in the next life. Go ahead, brother.
That right there pretty much solves everything, guys. His speech at the end is what the brothers need to do. And it's not just the brothers, that's what the community needs to do. The viewers, you out there in the clouds, that's what you need to do as well. You understand? And to me, that was the missing link from the other brother's video. He didn't add that in. He made it seem like if nobody cared about what New Breed had to say. No, that's not the case. It looked that way. But when you analyze the tapes and you look at the tapes, that brother pretty much spoke for everybody. And he gave the proper information that is needed to build what was being done with what New Breed talked about. You know, so I hope that everybody is able to understand this and we're able to make sense of everything here. And I got to get me something to eat, fam. I've been on for literally going on 5 hours and whatnot. So I'm not going to shout out no cash apps in this stream. I'll do that in my next stream because I really got to get something to drink and something to eat. You know what I'm saying? I just hope that this particular live stream was able to help stimulate thought, get people thinking about community building. But first, before we do that, we have to have relationships. We have to have genuine love for one another and respect for one another. That's very important. Without that, we can't go nowhere. You know? So shout out to New Breed Global Truth. You know, if you're in the clouds, you want to learn more about the Land Initiative with Brother New Breed, go to New Breed Global Truth on YouTube. And, you know, you can send them a message or whatever the case is, see what's going on. Also, you can reach out to, I don't have all of their links with me, but brother Tawitazar, you can reach out to him. You get some more information. You know, if you want, also, you can even reach out to Rollo. You know, you can reach out to Rollo to ask Rollo to reach out to another brother. You know, there's a lot of things you can do when it comes to reaching out. You can reach out to me, you know what I'm saying? And I can reach out to the brothers or whatever the case is. And, you know, you can get connected, learn about things. Hopefully in due time, the brothers will organize, get things situated, and so forth. And we'll be able to have more things for you to see, because visuals is very important when it comes to this. Again, we could criticize P Diddy Dow. We could criticize him all day. We could do that. I'm going to continue to do that because I got to keep exposing the devil. I got to bring forth the truth. But one thing that cannot be denied is that when Diddy Dow published videos showing land and development and the men working, that is what we're supposed to be doing in terms of, if we're going to do community, if we're going to build a community. I'm not saying that, okay, Dow is perfect and he's a clear example of what all men are supposed to do. That's not what I'm saying. You understand me? What I'm saying is that if we're going to attract viewers, you folks that are in the clouds, if we're going to attract you to want to be interested in, support, you're going to need to see something. I just can't be talking. That's not going to do much. You might say, I feel what you're saying, bro. I appreciate the messages, learn a lot, but you got to see something. That is what's going to really get the people. Well, seeing is advertisement. If you can see it, that's the advertisement that you need. So hopefully in due time, you'll begin to see that. You'll be able to see the brothers on the land. You'll be able to see content creators linking up with other content creators so you can see us together breaking bread, making moves, because that's what's going to motivate you, the viewer. I mean, if you don't see content creators linking up, you're going to almost wonder, like, what do you guys do? Just sit in your studio and don't link up? Like put boots on the ground. Let your audience see these things. So in due time, these are the things that you're going to be seeing. These are the things that are going to come to pass. And hopefully it will encourage you to believe in the vision of what the brothers are trying to establish. It takes time. It takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of hours, expertise. There's so much to put into it, but it has to be done through relationships, communication, and respecting one another. And just like the brother said it towards the end, we have to truly honor one another. We have to truly do that. It can't be fake. Can't have this fake love, this fake friendships, or, well, I'm just there to get what I need to get for me. I'm just trying to get paid. No, we got to look at the whole. This affects all of us. It's not about me. It's about the community. It's not about me. It's about generational wealth. We got to look at these things. You get it? And begin to step out in faith and make it happen little by little. So that's about it. I'm going to get up on out of here. If you supported the Cash App, like I said, I will shout you out in the next stream. I am hungry. I am thirsty right now. I've been doing this stream now for 5 hours. So when you think, oh, you're just talking about P Diddy Dowell for 5 hours, 9 hours. No, when I talk about any topic, it is important to me. So I can put in 5-10 hours doing a live stream easy for any topic that interests me. But what I want you to get out of this is we have to unify. We have to learn to respect one another. And if anything, communicate with brothers behind the scenes. That way you could chop it up and do what is necessary. The reason this video have to be public is because the brother made his video public. The damage was already done. And initially, I wasn't going to go live. Initially, I wasn't making no video. I wasn't. But I have to, because it needs to be said. And not only that, you, the viewer, are able to learn something from it. So I hope that you learned something from this entire show. I hope that you have a blessed day and you're able to see clear on the responsibility of what we have to do as men. It's no pressure on anyone. It's no attacks on anyone. There is no blaming anyone for anything. we have to grow, and we have to develop ourselves and learn how to communicate. It's very important. Sometimes just shooting a brother a message privately, hey, so-and-so and so, boom, 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 goes a long way. You know, before I even considered going live, I spoke to New Breed behind the scenes. Let them know exactly what's on my mind. That's called respect. Do you understand my point? Now, when it comes to the business side, all of those things we're going to pretty much do behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Because that's obviously confidential information and other things that you have to do that's case sensitive and so on and so forth. That's just proper procedure. But we have to follow a certain code of ethics and learn how to really live by these things. Not being religious, not starting some church, and nobody here is a pastor. We're men, and we're mature men, and we want to develop and grow, right? So if we put our minds together and begin to talk about these things, there's a lot of great things that could come out of it. A lot of you ladies can be very useful in this. Very, very useful. You can bring all your expertise of what you do to the table, you know? So it's not just about us brothers coming together, but the women can come together as well. There's a lot that you can offer. So that being said, I'm gonna get up on out of here, do what I need to do. And that's about it, y'all. So again, whatchamacallit, let me find Brother New Breed's link. That way the people can be able to find his channel. That way you can hit him up and I guess reach out to him if there is a situation that you want to address or something you want to talk about regarding, you know, what's happening. Because he got videos where he talk about these things, right? I want to make sure I do that because that would be bad if I didn't, right? So let me do this. Once you get in contact with him, then you could get in contact with other men and pretty much do what is necessary. So let me put this link there in the chat. And that's about that. Right? And see, these are just simple things that content creators can do. It don't cost you no money to do that. You know what I mean? Like bringing some awareness to a situation. It doesn't mean that you're a part of the community, like you're going to be building whatever the case is, but just taking the time to bring awareness to a thing. To me, it's appreciative. You know what I'm saying? It goes a long way, just bringing awareness to it. You know, maybe you don't believe in it 100%. That's okay. You know what I mean? No love lost. You know what I mean? Respect is respect. But as time goes on, maybe you might reconsider. You may have a different approach. There may be something that sparks your interest and you may want to be involved. You never know what life brings. This is why I suggested in the beginning of the video that one of the things that we should do on the land is build a media company, some sort of company that we build, property, where it have separate studios for all the content creators that linked in, and then we have one other larger studio where we do podcasts in, where we could literally donate our time, where we could do these particular shows. And then with that particular show, right, it could be on a separate channel. Channel is monetized. And pretty much we're able to reach a demographic of people regarding the land and so on and so forth. There's so many different things you could be doing. You know, you got to put your minds together and you got to build these things up. You know, it's very important and it could be done. It could be done. That could be one of the main projects before men start really focusing on this and that and that. Start building something that we can actually, that's tangible, something that we can see, something the public can see, something the viewers can see. They look at the structure. They're like, oh, snap. Yo, they actually built it, bro. Yo, they taking you on a tour. Yo, bro, this is my studio. Yo, that's Rollo's studio. Yo, that's New Breed studio. Yo, that's so-and-so studio. Yo, that's that guy's studio. Yo, that's dope. Simple office building. You walk in there and it's just studios all inside the place. You know? And if, you know, it's a studio and a dwelling place as well, where you can go there, you can have your studio set up, and then you probably have an extra room where if you wanted to, you know, crash out, and you could just go crash out and chill. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just the perfect environment for creation, content creation. We got to think outside the box, guys. If we're content creators, we have to utilize the content creation process when it comes to land development. So what better ideas do you think is necessary? These are just things I'm throwing out there to the brothers, right? So, hey, I'm going to get on out of here. Like I said, if you supported the Cash App, I'm going to salute you and shout you out in the next stream, right? I got to get something to eat. I'm really, really hungry right now. We've been on 5 hours. So I'm going to close out the Ringo TV Raw channel. Those of you that are on the Ringo TV Raw channel, appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. You know, y'all kept me here to keep doing this work. I hope that something I said throughout this show stimulated thought, made you understand what's going on, what's happening. There are times as men, we may not agree, but there's ways around that. You know, we have to know how to learn from the mistakes of straightway. You know, we can choose to build, or we can choose to just be in strife. So this is my message to the brothers, to make them understand my points and my thoughts about the situation. And we have to understand how to communicate so that we're not offensive to other men. And that is going to create relationships and build a stronger bond amongst us, because it's like, wow, I'm my brother's keeper. At least I know this brother's going to be real. He's going to keep it a buck. And even though certain times I may come across harsh, or, you know, whatever the case may be, or a little too bold, I mean what I say in respect to building and developing and understanding in men, so that they can know how to move amongst one another. You know, it takes time to develop. It takes time to understand how to humble yourself. And it's just something that you got to learn. Think before you speak. Know who you're standing before, who you're talking to. Is very important, you know? So I hope that, you know, the brothers are able to understand what's going on here. So that being said, I'm going to get up on out of here. So I'm going to close down the Ringo TV Raw channel. So again, salute to everybody in the Ringo TV Raw channel. You know what I mean? Everybody up in there. You got Gaming, EA, Lady P, you know what I mean? Match Hunter, and a host of other people that stopped by. I'm going to sign out. So, hey, salute to all of y'all over there. Let me close this out real quick. All right. Okay. All right. So I closed out the Ringo TV Raw channel. So now my final thoughts on the Ringo TV Reactions channel is that we just learn how to communicate. We all have different walks of life, all have different backgrounds, different issues. If you have questions, ask. You know, don't be too quick to judge others in terms of the brothers, because we don't know who talking to who. You can have people communicating with New Breed behind the scenes that I don't know who. So I got to be careful as well. You know what I mean? Is at the end of the day, you never know who's who, you know? But that's my hope, that we learn how to acknowledge one another and display what the brother Tazar pretty much was saying at the end of that video. Is very important. If there's anything that you get besides New Breed's message, is that we have to have unity, and it can't be fake. You got to have that level of respect. Think about what can happen if you have that level of respect for other brothers. Think about the doors that can open up when you know other brothers. You can hit them up and be like, yo, bro, hey, yo, I really need some help, man. Such and such is going on. Because you know these brothers and you got relationships and they respect you, they'll open up doors for you. You know what I mean? Where those doors would normally be shut. But because you have those connections, the doors will open up. It's more important than money. Relationships is more important. You can go out to another city, and when you go out there, because you got relationships with other brothers, you know, the brothers make sure you good in the city. Yo, I'm coming to your city, fam, X, Y, and Z. They're like, word? Okay, cool. You good once you come down here. Why? You got relationships. You know what I mean? Rather than you just being a stranger in town, you know people. You know, they end up pulling up on you. You come out the airport, it's just dope. You know what I mean? You just got to have those kind of relationships. It's not all about having a bunch of money and everybody just, you know, doing everything monetary. No, just having those relationships. It's more valuable. Those are the things you cherish, right? So, hey, salute to everybody. Have a blessed day. Wow, it's 11 a.m. I think I started around 6 or something along them lines. But appreciate everybody coming by. Have a blessed day. I'll talk to you later on when we go live. And that's about it. RingoTV Reactions salute you. I'm out of here. Y'all take care. Peace and blessings to the mods in the chat. Everybody out there, take care.
If you like our content, consider supporting via Cash App at $RingoTV Raw. Become a patron on patreon.com for exclusive video content not shown on YouTube. You could also support through PayPal at paypal.me/RingoTVRaw. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified of new content. Follow me on Instagram at RingoTVRaw.
This is Ringo TV Reactions, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth 100% raw and uncut. I'm out. Peace.